is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Hurricane Erin slowly churning toward the eastern U.S. coast has prompted people to take precautions from Florida to New England. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano reports from North Carolina's Outer Banks.
The storm itself has now weakened, thankfully, to a Category 2, but the wind field has grown, and it's predicted to continue to grow, which is only going to worsen the impacts, not just here, but up and down the East Coast.
The biggest storm surges are expected tomorrow and Thursday. Heat will be the problem on the opposite coast. The National Weather Service says the L.A. area will experience extreme heat from tomorrow through Saturday. Meteorologist Dr. Ariel Cohen.
Temperatures in the western San Fernando Valley could actually go all the way up towards 108 to possibly 110 degrees.
President Trump has promised that the U.S. will help provide security guarantees to protect Ukraine from future Russian invasions, although the White House says that will not include boots on the ground. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi on possible forms of U.S. involvement.
That could look like a variety of things. It could look like air cover for Ukrainian troops or European troops that are on the ground. It could also be reconnaissance aircraft that doesn't necessarily have to be in Ukrainian airspace, can be nearby, but provide intelligence on the ground for those Ukrainian forces.
CBS News has confirmed that Budapest, Hungary is among the locations being considered for an upcoming meeting between Putin and Zelensky. Allegations of sexual abuse again hit U.S. gymnastics. The sport is still recovering from the Larry Nassar scandal and now faces new questions after the FBI arrested former coach Sean Gardner last week, who had worked at a training center in Iowa that's known for producing Olympic medalists. CBS's Lana Zak in Iowa City.
Allegations against Gardner were reported to Safe Sport, an organization Congress created in response to the Nassar case. Safe Sport suspended Gardner in 2022. Hillary Nemchek is the vice president of external affairs.
We were able to quickly remove this individual, put him on our public database on our website that's visible to parents, employers, volunteer organizations.
An explosion in Wilmington, North Carolina. CBS's Matt Piper with more.
Witnesses caught the explosion on video. Police say someone in a car hit a gas line before driving off, which led to the explosion at East Carolina Veterinary Medical Center in Wilmington. 3 firefighters were hurt, including one with severe burns. No one was inside the building when it exploded, as the veterinary center is set to open next month. Police say the driver was eventually found and allegedly had signs of impairment. They're now in custody. Matt Piper, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
A police officer in Maine who was arrested by ICE agrees to return to Jamaica.
Old Orchard Beach officer John Luke Evans was arrested last month for overstaying his visa and trying to buy a gun. Police Chief Elise Chard says she only hired Evans after the Department of Homeland Security had verified his documents and cleared him to work until 2030.
We did what we were supposed to do.
Brian Kinney is a former co-worker of Evans.
It's making him look out to be a criminal when really we should be thanking this man for all he does for us every single day.
Evans will pay for his own trip back to Jamaica. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The Federal Trade Commission is suing ticket broker Key Investment Group, saying it illegally exceeded purchase limits for Taylor Swift and other shows and then resold tickets at significantly higher prices. The lawsuit accuses the Maryland-based company of using thousands of fictitious Ticketmaster accounts and other methods to buy tickets for events. Key Investment Group says it will vigorously defend itself. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Nothing but the best. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 2:05 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the bright side with Pauly Suba every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. I'm sorry, today is Wednesday, so it's 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. We have a special segment with Oran Fino CHamoru with the Chamorro Studies program with Matao, Ronald Laguana, Zancy, David Herrera from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. This is only every Wednesday, so tune in to us. You can check us on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack is open at their Timoning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Loxin. Engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift. Built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now's that time for your real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Timoning if you are heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Pavement striping and marking activities will continue along Route 1 from Route 8 to Alupang Beach Tower in Hagåtña from today, Wednesday, August 20 to Friday, August 22nd. Work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Intermittent lane closures in both directions are expected during work hours. Motorists are advised to plan accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the bright side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Nah. All right, welcome to it. Another Bright Side right here on Wave 105. My name is Pauly Suba, hanging out with you on a Wednesday. Biba Metcallis. It's August 20th, 2:10 in the afternoon. Here's our number, 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, and our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you're tuned into our YouTube, then you'll see our guest in studio, Dr. Alvin Sanga. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You're a professor at the University of Maryland Global Campus. You're dedicated to math and statistics. And so this is where you've spent 7 years as a key leader in faculty development, training, and curriculum revamping. You're known for your expertise in student engagement and innovative teaching formats. You're a professional. Your professional life is dedicated to supporting instructors and enhancing the learning experience. Beyond your academic work, Dr. Sanga is an avid tennis player and a devoted father of 2 girls, living a philosophy that best results come from consistent daily effort. In your talk, because that's what we're going to get into, you're doing a TEDx talk in Okinawa. You're going to be sharing how the mathematical principle of exponential growth applies to everything in life, proving that small intentional habits are the key to achieving extraordinary and lasting change. And I pulled all of that bio from TED.com/TEDx events. Again, you will be presenting on August 23rd in Okinawa. And so thank you so much, Dr. Sanga, for coming in.
Hafa Adai, everybody. Thanks, Pauly, for having me on.
Yeah. Well, Ed Suarez is a good friend of mine, right? He's my colleague. He's over at our sister station, Power 98. He threw me your story or your Instagram reel saying that this is what you're going to be doing on August 23rd, and I was immediately interested, right? I'm interested in the topic, small habits create big changes, but before we do get into that, I just kind of wanted our audience to get a better understanding of who you are as a professor and what you've been doing, and how you were asked to participate in something like a TED Talk, right? Yeah.
Sure. Ed was my student a long time ago. 2013, it was my student. So thanks, Ed, for kind of keying me in on this. But going back to the TEDx, so I've been a fan of TEDx for a very long time. I even remember showing my students TEDx.
Just gotta bring this in closer to you.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
I remember showing my students about TEDx videos, like, hey, these are professors, these are kind of business people talking about what they do and sharing their stories. I still use it as a tool today about personal growth and kind of sharing that. But University of Maryland, Okinawa, somebody brought the event forward to me, and they said, hey, we're trying to invite speakers. We're trying to see who's going to come in and speak about something. And so they wanted kind of sharing your ideas, sharing stories. And so I put my name in the hat. I submitted kind of my proposal, and it was kind of a short 1 minute. And he's like, okay, give your proposal, a 1 minute video, and then see how that goes.
Nice.
So I found out later about 40 people put their name in the hat, and about 11 or 12 of us are going to be speaking.
Yeah, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 11. Everybody's out here in Guam that are going there?
No,
where's everybody coming from?
I'm the only one.
You're the only one?
Guam, yeah. Well, represent Guam for Okinawa.
Yeah. That is so cool. And so every single talk's got to be different?
Every single talk is going to be different.
Okay.
Everybody comes from a very different background, I believe. I was reading some of their bios.
Yeah.
And some are teachers, some are part of the military service, some of them might be veterans, I believe. And so they're going to all talk from different walks of life about what they want to share. I'm also curious to know how they kind of arrange the speakers, because I wanted to see what the through line is about what the theme is going to be.
Right. And so these TED Talks, the ones that I've watched, they're very inspiring, right? I think that it's kind of like a motivator, and almost like-minded people will see a little bit here, get a bio from whoever is in the lineup, and then look at the theme, and then they'll sign up and want to watch. And some people aren't going to sign up to watch them all. And so I really like the small habits create big changes because a lot of times when we get stuck in a rut or the mundane, what can I do that can help me progress in just daily life, sometimes even financially, to become more financially independent. But also what happens is sometimes I'll sign up to some of these motivational talks, and then it costs me $300. Or it's free, but then before you leave, we want to get you to sign up. And a lot of times, sometimes that's not in my financial will right now, right? And so when I saw this, I was like, I wonder if Alvin would be interested in just coming in and kind of sharing with our audience what you're going to be presenting, and maybe you can even share a little bit of these tips ahead of time.
Sure. Yeah, so the kind of the mathematics around it, I guess, to start with the exponential growth, it's just that 1%. And if you want to try this out at home or even with your calculators, just 1.01 and raise it to the 365 degrees, just the whole entire year, you'd find out that it's about 38. So about 38 times better if you just did 1% better every day. And this could work for anything that you're trying to do. So whether you're thinking about fitness, weight loss, you spend money, anything in that regard, you just think about what that 1% might be. And when you're thinking about 1%, okay, it's such a small value. And everybody doesn't think that it's going to make a big difference. But the thing about the 1% is you have to be consistent. You have to do it every day for an entire year. So that's where the difficulty is kind of lied in, is being consistent. It might be mundane, it might be difficult to say that I'm not going to skip it, but to do it every day is kind of the one that you have to pick out. So I guess the easiest example, at least from my story right now, is I think you mentioned that I'm an avid tennis player.
Yeah.
So I played tennis in high school. And then I stopped playing completely when I went to college. I was like, I'm moving somewhere. I don't know anybody to play tennis with, so I stopped. And then COVID hit, and I was still playing basketball at the time, but everybody said, no contact sports.
Right.
So I saw my racket in the corner of the room, and I was like, I guess I can go back and play tennis. And I went on the court, and I was like, oh, dude, I haven't touched this thing in a very long time. And it was so happened that I found this community to play tennis with, and everybody was still social distancing. It's one of the only sports where you're guaranteed 20 feet away from the other person. And so I played every morning. Everything else was closed. Played every morning. And fast forward a couple years now, I'm entering tournaments. I've won a couple tournaments here. I think the CHamoru Open recently. And so it's been an example in my life where whether or not I'm thinking about doing it, it's when I start something new, I try to stay consistent as possible to just see what the growth is going to be like later.
Wow. That is pretty impressive. It sounds simple enough, but when it comes to if I'm going to do this routine every day, it's easier said than done, right? So it's all like a mindset too, I imagine.
Yeah. So I think the easiest way to think about it when you do start is to be sure that it's something super small, something that you can't say no to. Like, I guess one of the examples you might think about is the beginning of the new year. Everybody kind of makes this big New Year's resolution. And then come February, you're like, where did that resolution go?
Right.
And what happened? And so if you decide, okay, for the New Year's resolution, it's just going to be something small. Say I'm going to do this thing every day. And then maybe if you add in just a layer, especially if something that it's going to be, you might think some conflicts are going to come up, is just don't skip more than one day. Like, okay, if I missed one day, make sure you get back on tomorrow, just to stay consistent. Give yourself a little bit of freedom and be like, okay, one day off, we're okay, but make sure tomorrow we're back on it again.
You've got kids too, so
I do.
How do you manage all of that, or what would be a tip to still stay disciplined, knowing that even your kids have their own schedules too, right?
So I don't know if that's become difficult in a sense. I think I've instilled it in them a little bit on the opposite end. So my daughter started playing piano a few years back, and her teacher was like, hey, can you try to make her practice every day? And I'm like, every day? And then my daughter was like, I'm not going to do this every day. And so I was like, well, let's just do 10 minutes. 10 minutes every day. Just get on. Maybe you just play like kind of your keys, and you do kind of just build up your skill and just build up your hand dexterity and get things moving. And so she did it every day, and then every now and then she'll play a little bit more. If she's learning a new song, of course she'll practice a little bit more, but at least every day it's 10 minutes minimum. And then if you go beyond that, that's perfectly fine. We'll stick with that. But the juggling part is, I don't know if it's about juggling because it's 1%.
Sure.
I mean, even if you say, let's say for fitness, so you're going to do an extra 5 push-ups every day. How long does it take to do 5 push-ups?
Right.
Or let's say you want to take a quick walk up and down the stairs. Just do an extra lap up and down the office. That's not going to take very long. So it doesn't break any habits. It's not like saying, I'm going to go work out every day for an hour. That's a long, extended period of time. But if you just say, okay, I'm going to do, like say you're watching TV, I'm just going to do 2 jumping jacks just during a commercial break, something real quick. And then you're done. You sit down and you're like, okay, I accomplished it. We're good. I did my 1%. And then the next day you'll do a little bit more. You might do just the 2, but at least you're staying consistent.
Right. Yeah, I love that too, because what happens sometimes is you set a goal and you set it, like you mentioned, on New Year's Day, and then you say 1 hour of working out, and that 1 hour is not that difficult today, and it's not that difficult tomorrow, but 3 weeks in, and then life happens, your kid's schedule gets in the way and whatnot, and then you find yourself making excuses to not do that 1 hour. So the lead up is what I'm getting out of what you're saying.
Yeah, so it's more not about the goal. It's more about the habit that you're building. So what's the habit that you're going to try to build and instill, rather than thinking about the goal at the end.
Right.
So if somebody's thinking about losing, let's say 10, 15, 20 pounds, that's a little bit tougher to kind of think in your mind. But if you say, I'm just going to do an extra 10-minute walk, then every 10-minute walk is leading towards that goal, but you built the habit.
Nice. So in a lot of ways too, when you're doing this this TED Talk in Okinawa, right? You're basically going to lead by example, right? And you're an expert in what you are going to be talking about, right? And so I imagine you're going to be talking about tennis when you talk about
so that's not an example that I'm not using tennis as an example. I'm using 2 other examples, I believe. One is about me learning how to surf.
Okay.
And a second example is when I went in my doctoral program and practicing writing. So I teach math. I'm a math teacher, so numbers are great for me.
Yeah.
But writing papers, it was not something that I was happy to do.
Right.
Like writing, someone told me, you have to write a 200 or 300 page dissertation. I was like, there's no way I'm going to finish that. So that's kind of the 2 stories that I'm going to weave into my TED Talk.
That's pretty cool. And you made the connection between learning to surf and writing?
Wow. So it kind of balances that idea that you can do this for hobbies. So like riding a wave or learning how to surf, that's a hobby. That's something fun. That's something easy that you could kind of instill the 1% fairly quickly because you enjoy it.
Sure.
But the other side is building a skill for your career.
Right.
And it might not be fun. Even until now, it's not fun. But it's something that I accomplished, and it's a skill that I gained. So you can also do it on both ends of the spectrum. That something for fun, something for your career.
And it's doable, right? I mean, when you think about your pathways to education and thinking about a doctorate, it's overwhelming when you're in 10th grade. But when you start, just getting there and not stopping, or maybe even taking gap years before you know it, what does it matter if it took you 10, 12, 16, 20 years, right?
Yeah, for sure. For some of my students that I've come across, some of them have fortunate enough to continue on. Some of them have been kind of testaments to time. They've just been like, well, I want this piece of paper. I want this degree. I want it to mean something. And some of them have gone 10, 20 years into their academic journeys and finished it. And they're more proud than some of the students that earned it in 4 years. They're like, it's right there. It's in my office. I'm happy with this. And this is my journey. So it
is in the journey, and then when you look back at something that somebody might have been able to achieve that in 4 years, but you maybe achieved it in 20. When you look back at the challenges that you've overcome, sometimes it means more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a lot more.
Yeah.
It's a lot more for some people. Yeah, they invested way more into that, a lifetime for some of them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look back, not only are you looking at your doctorates or whatever it may be, but you're also looking about all of these obstacles that you overcame. And so it's built character in a sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's already just thinking about that, how much motivation you're going to instill in people that listen to what, 12 minutes?
12 minutes.
You
So
got
12
12
to
minutes.
15 minutes. Right now I speak a little quick, so I'm
Okay.
about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So in my head, I'm just saying, slow down, slow down.
Sometimes you'll lose people's attention in 90 seconds.
yeah, for sure.
Right?
But I think the audience on its own, so it's a limited audience. I think there's only going to be about 100 people there.
Okay.
And so for me, I would also think that these are people that are interested, are already fans of TED. So they consume those videos,
Right.
so they know kind of about the situation.
Right.
And then even when I saw kind of the breakdown of the event, there are breaks in between.
Yeah.
So I think it's 2 speakers at a time, and then there's a short 5-10 minute breather in between. So
Right.
there's a good amount of spacing before the event, but it's all in one shot.
Some might
Everybody in
even
one
be
day.
critical,
Mhm.
right? Some might be like judging.
That I'm sure is going to happen. But in the same regard, the thing that I'm thinking in my head is if at least we're able to share kind of our story,
Right.
there's going to be always the 2 sides of the coin where
Sure.
somebody might be a fan and then somebody might not be. There's technically not going to be a lot of middle ground because nobody knows what we're talking about unless they really read through the bios beforehand.
Okay. Have you ever been to Okinawa?
I have never been to Okinawa.
That's
so this
exciting.
Is gonna be a fun trip for me. I did a little bit of research. I'm gonna stay in I think it's the Chatan area, so American Village. So it's away from kind of the Tumon district, Naha, I believe.
Okay.
So it's gonna be a little bit of a different experience, but I'm excited to go see it.
I only know about it through Karate Kid. Yeah. Yeah, and so that's exciting. Are you bringing the family?
No, I am not. So they are kind of in the mode for school at the
Yeah.
moment, and then also we're gonna be taking another family trip in September.
Ooh,
then
where?
In this Philippines.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're
Heck
gonna go to the
yeah.
Philippines twice, so September and December. So they'll go on those trips. I didn't want to take them out of school for too long.
Sure.
So we'll see those trips. Yeah.
Well, again, I'm just always interested in people's stories, how they're, what they're up to here in Guam. And then so when Ed shared with me your video, I'm like, I don't know, Alvin.
Yep.
And this sounds exciting. This sounds very cool and interesting. And knowing that you're part of this community, born and raised here, you're a professor, you're a teacher at high school, right? And now a professor at the University of Maryland Global Campus, and so I'm just so happy that you're able to come in here and share your story, and then also how you help so many people in their own educational journey, through the University of Maryland. And so, I don't know, I just wanted to give you an opportunity as well to kind of just enlighten our audience about how, how you can just take one day at a time and get where you need to be, because sometimes life can just be overwhelming, right?
It can be,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, and so I imagine you've got a great support team with your family and whatnot, right?
Yeah, great
Yeah.
support. They've assisted me along the way, given me the amount of space to kind of put this speech together and let me go to Okinawa. So I'm happy for their support. My wife's been very supportive of this. She was just saying to me the other day, there's no way I could see myself giving a speech like this, like a presentation in front of people. And I was like, oh, it's kind of my wheelhouse. I teach on a daily basis, so this is what I do.
That's what I imagine. Is like you got to be a natural being a professor for years now, right? But then, did it ever occur to you? Does it work to picture people in the audience as being naked?
Oh, I don't know. I'll let you know when I get back.
I don't even know where that came from, because to be honest with you, when I heard, you hear it in movies, like just, you're nervous. Just naked. Imagine everybody's naked. I'm like, I think that would make me even more nervous.
I just want to leave.
I don't want to imagine myself naked. That's like my worst nightmare. Yeah. Like when you're dreaming, you're like, oh, where'd my clothes go? Yeah, for real.
No, but, the one that I've kind of heard and might put into practice is to key in on like a couple of people in the audience, the ones that are kind of drawing attention with you, and to speak to them. So to look at them in the audience and make that visual contact, and then I'm gonna try to scan the room and pick 1, 2, 3, so that I'm at least going back and forth in the room and talk to those 3 key people, and at least have, for me, I wanted to make it where I'm having a conversation with the audience, not giving like a speech or a presentation. I want it to be where they're drawn to it, where I'm talking to them and making sure that I'm kind of bringing value and sharing something.
Absolutely. To get to your point, did you ever have to take because I can totally see you getting all the way to having a doctorate and being a professor in mathematics and never even taking a class on what do you call it, communications or whatever.
I did take a speech course in my bachelor's degree program. Man, I don't even remember. I remember there's like a final speech that we had to give, and I don't remember.
Do you still have to look back and see where do my hands go, using buzzwords?
So I teach one of these classes. It's kind of like a career readiness course.
Okay.
And the career readiness course, there's this one thing. One of the assignments is about giving an elevator pitch.
Yes, I've done those.
Okay, so elevator pitch, and so for those of you that don't know elevator pitch, is if you went into an elevator with somebody and they were somebody prominent, somebody that you wanted to pitch an idea to, are you capable of sharing that idea with them to make sure they might invest in you or at least connect with you by the time they reach, let's say, the 10th or the 15th floor?
Right.
And so when I teach that to my students now, I use those cues and I practice it, and I know because I have to model it for them.
Sure.
Like, this is what you have to do. And one of the programs that we have now is capable of giving you feedback. And so I get to watch the videos and hey, what are you doing? Are you looking at the camera? Are you kind of putting your hands in the right place? Are you kind of, some of them are sharing like, 1, 2, 3 in the video. I'm like, okay, make sure you show the right numbers, the right fingers, and you're talking to the person. So yeah, the elevator pitch practice is something I think a lot of people should try. It makes your thoughts more concise. You're able to share what you want directly, and there's no fluff around it. So it's really to the point.
Are you already seeing your students use AI, and how do you manage that as a especially in math?
So the managing part is funny. It's because it's the opposite of what we used to teach.
Okay.
It's where it used to be like homework heavy. Everybody take your homework home and fill this in and then bring it back and we'll grade it. Now it's totally the opposite. Now you watch your lectures, you learn everything at home, you read the textbook, you do practice problems. And then now it's flipped where they come into the classroom and I'm like, hey, we got to do these problems here because I'm not sure if you're doing this on your own. But I don't tell them that.
Because you got to trust but verify.
Yeah,
in
you
essence.
have to verify. And for me as a professor, this is a conversation that we've had, is it's our responsibility to know that the people that are leaving our classrooms are going to be capable in their next jobs or what careers they have in the future.
Right.
Because how do we know that they're going to perform for society? Like, especially, I guess, for math, I don't really want to say it out loud. We don't know how much of them are going to use that.
Sure.
But I could see from my writing colleagues, my speech colleagues, or even my science colleagues,
right?
Like for future doctors, for future communicators, for politicians, like how much of that is going to be AI driven, and are they going to be competent enough to share their careers that way?
Right. That's why I think critical thinking is so very important, right? Because you want to still be the driver of information, right?
Yeah. So the tools for AI, I'm always going to say that it's a tool, because there's always tools out there that assist you in that regard. So the assistance part is going to be very big. And as long as, even with my students now, I tell them, hey man, it doesn't know how to be you.
Right.
It knows how to give you all the right answers, I'm sure, but how did you come up to that?
Right.
What's the why behind it? Did you think about it? Did you have a hard time? Did you mull it over? And then sometimes, did you read it?
Right.
And like, instead of copy and paste. And like, so I mean, before, I think even AI, there was an app going around a long time ago. It's called Photo Math. And it was just on the phone, and you can like put your phone over the word problems, and or not word problems, just had these ones that did operations, and your phone would do it, and it'd give you the answer. So it was before all of this AI in the last couple of years. So
I think my kids kept that secret from me because I don't know. I'm not even familiar with that.
We're using it already, and we were trying to get ahead of it. It's hard to stay ahead of technology,
sure,
especially because change happens slower than technology. But as long as when we're thinking about our students and what they're doing, we try to make sure that what happens in the end product of the type of student we're looking for is something we're going to be proud of.
Sure.
So when I see students graduate, when I see them walk, I look at their faces and I kind of want to, I can judge kind of the students that just got by and were happy, and some of them that were proud of the work they did, and some of them that would still come up to me and like say hi, shake my hand, and hey sir, your class sucked, but but you got me through, and I was like, okay, well I'm happy. I'm happier with those students rather than ones that just, we're good. I got this class down. We're easy. But the ones that really took the time to struggle through word problems and mathematics equations, those are the ones that.
Because now more even. Very recently, I'm starting to better understand how to navigate properly. But what I will never forget when I'm using AI is it needs to come from here. It needs to be part of my thought process. And whatever it generates, I want it to come from here first. And then obviously it can edit my thought process, but I don't ever want it to think for me. And when somebody reads anything that I write, they'll know that's me because it's the same habits. It's my same habits. So when you're hearing me talk and then you look at what I wrote, it's familiar and not foreign.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's definitely been some stories that I've heard where somebody wrote something and they submitted it, and the professor came back like, hey, what is this word? And then the student was like, I don't know what that word is.
So
like,
why did you use
wrote
it?
This.
Yeah.
You wrote this. You submitted this. That's dangerous. I'm like, don't do that. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely. I've got somebody tuned in, a proud alumni of University of Maryland Global Campus, Max Ronquillo.
Oh,
so
Max.
Max is listening, and he says he's a proud alumni. So
hey, Max. It's been a long time since GW, Max.
So is there anything else that you want to share? I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you got a family, you got sports and life and whatnot, but I'm just so thankful that you came in, and in a lot of ways, I'm just proud of you. I mean, I'm just proud of anybody and everybody that's just doing anything positive on this island. And so thank you for just being a positive influencer for people to react to.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I think the only key thing is, for those of you that might be listening, if there's a habit or a goal that you might be thinking about, narrow it down to the smallest possible idea that you could think about, and just don't skip a day. Just make it for the next year, and maybe leave me a message or a comment on Pauly's thing and say that you made it in the year.
There you go. Can people follow you on Instagram or anywhere?
I
know I'm starting to follow you.
Sangha Sessions, so I'll be there. I also have UMGC is there. So Sangha Sessions is my main.
Right. And so on your Sangha Sessions, are you already very specific in what you're putting out on Instagram? Have you already figured it out?
So now I am.
Yeah.
With this TED Talk, I threw around the idea with our marketing about posting the 10-day lead up to the event. And so now that I'm posting these videos, some people have asked me like, hey, are you going to continue this? Are you going to post every day? Are you going to keep giving value? And I was surprised by the audience that kind of came out. I was surprised when you messaged me, and I was like, okay. And so it kind of gave me that motivation. I was like, okay, we'll try this out. And I told myself, okay, I think this is 1%.
Right.
I think just putting out a video every day, no edits, just talk through it as much as possible. Try not to get fancy with it.
Sure.
Just to give, 25, 30 seconds of my day and talk about something, then that's what I'm going to kind of provide value with. And it's something that's within my wheelhouse that won't be difficult to share.
I like it because it's very intentional, and I appreciate that, Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Alvin. Dr. Sangha, I appreciate this. Sangha Sessions. It's all one word, right?
Sangha.sessions.
There you go. And you can follow him on Instagram. 2:39 in the afternoon. Issa, we're good? Okay, we'll take the break, and coming up, another look at your Real Deal traffic report right here on the Bright Side.
CBS News Brief. The National Hurricane Center describes Hurricane Erin as better organized as it heads toward the East Coast. Michael Brennan is the center's director.
The entire East Coast from South Florida up through the Carolinas, the mid-Atlantic states, up into even northern New England has at least a moderate or even high risk of rip currents.
Will there be a meeting between Russian President Putin and Ukraine's President Zelensky? Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
They are moving full steam ahead. There are meetings taking place across Europe between European leaders and U.S. leaders with the goal of really hammering this out, figuring out what it would look like sometime in the next 10 days.
Former Iowa Olympics gymnastic coach Larry Gardner has been arrested on child pornography charges. CBS's Lana Zach.
Before coming to Iowa, Gardner was accused of abuse in Mississippi. And after his suspension from coaching, he went on to work in a hospital. CBS News has been trying to locate legal counsel for Gardner for comment.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Workers on the move, hoping for better pay. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. A new Bankrate survey finds nearly half of those in the workforce plan to look for a new job in the next 12 months. That includes 1 in 4 who say they're very likely to look for a new position. This comes at a time when the job market has demonstrated resilience, but it has also continued to cool. Even with the unemployment rate recently slipping to 4.1%, that's considered strong, historically speaking. Others plan to do other things to try to improve their workplace plight. 44% of workers say they plan to ask for a raise over the next year. That includes a majority of the youngest people in the workforce, members of Generation Z and millennials. Many workers indicate they're prepared to be mobile, with 18% saying they're likely to relocate for a new job. About 1 in 3 say they're likely to ask for more work flexibility, such as different hours or the ability to work remote or from home. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. The American Psychological Association released a health advisory about the impact of artificial intelligence on adolescent well-being, and found that the impacts are complex and context-dependent, neither wholly good nor bad. For learning, it said, AI can assist in brainstorming, creating, organizing, summarizing, and synthesizing information. But it also found that adolescents may struggle to distinguish between the simulated empathy of an AI chatbot and genuine human understanding. Connect Safely Education Director Carrie Gallagher suggests that parents model their own positive use of AI.
The more we show them how we're using it and how we're thinking about our interactions can encourage their healthy development and use with AI over time.
More at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the Talk of Guam.
Hats Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Hats also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Let's get spicy at Subway with the new Hot Honey Sauce. A little sweet, a little spicy, and a whole lot of delicious. Treat your taste buds to the zesty Hot Honey Pepperoni or the tender Hot Honey Chicken Sandwich, salad, wrap, or protein bowl. Hot Honey is here for a limited time only. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
At Bank of Hawaii, we're committed to helping everyone in Guam reach their possible. That's why we're proud to announce the opening of our new Tamuning branch and West Pacific headquarters across from Guam Premier Outlets. Our new branch of tomorrow features a modern, welcoming space with island hospitality. Come in today and see why Bank of Hawaii's new Tamuning branch represents a new chapter in our commitment to Guam and helping you reach your possible. Bank of Hawaii, member FDIC.
We're excited to announce that we're hiring for a variety of positions with some of Guam's most recognized and respected brands, including Coca-Cola, Foremost, Chili's, glimpses of Guam, Subway, Good to Go, and Cinnabon. Whether you're just starting out or looking to take the next step in your career, there's something here for everyone. Explore current opportunities and apply today at applynowguam.com. Your next great opportunity is just a click away.
Now's that time for your Real Deal traffic report here on the Bright Side. Slow traffic on Route 16 if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Rev and Tax. This traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to a lane closure. Only the right lane is open, so be on the lookout for that. Take alternate routes if needed. Slow traffic on Route 14 into Money if you're trying to make your way to the intersection on Route 1 Marine Corps Drive. Slow traffic on Route 10A into Money if you are heading to the intersection near the Guam Airport. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dededo if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 27. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Father Duenas from today, Wednesday, August 20 to 23rd. There will be lane closures between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. on weekdays and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Que antero, be my cradle, be my home. Dasero, my mesnapo, be the stillness of the moon. By the light, it's sky home.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Metkalis. It's Wednesday, August 20. 671-922-1051 or 1052. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Once again, I want to thank Dr. Saga for coming in. He is going to be presenting in a TEDx in Okinawa on August 23rd. And he'll be speaking on small habits create big changes. I forgot to ask him if it will be streaming anywhere. He said it will, and so he said he'll send us the link. And so if it's only like 12 minutes, we'll just play the whole thing if it stays on online, right? We'll play the whole thing and just take that all in when it gets on to a website, right? We'll share that. I know he leaves tomorrow to Okinawa. Let me see here. So I've been watching the budget hearing. They were talking about the Mayor's Council of Guam earlier this morning. A couple amendments to keep basically confirming that their maintenance staff will stay with them. However, to allow them the flexibility to use their funding for not just maintenance workers, right? I think that was an amendment from Senator Joseph Augustine. But I don't think that they got the $20 million that they asked for. I think it's somewhere around $16 million. So that's definitely something we'll still watch the budget hearing and see if things change or if there are any miscellaneous amendments, because that's what they're on now, miscellaneous amendments. reach out to the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. Is he happy with where they are sitting right now? Because I think they are really focusing in on GVB at this time. If I look, that's where I stopped watching at 2 p.m., right, to obviously talk to Dr. Sangha. But they were talking about GVB, and so when I look at the budget hearing now, yep, it's still GVB. And a lot of it is revolving around the airline, the temporary airline seat incentives, right? So that's the president of Guam Visitors Bureau, Regine Bisco Lee, was on with us yesterday at 5 o'clock, sharing the reasons why it's important to continue to invest, and they're looking to have it subsidized by the general fund, this $11 million. Regine Bisco Lee, again, was on with Patty this morning talking about the same thing and the importance of it. And so that's what I was catching. There was a whole presentation, I think a good 20 minutes of a presentation advocating with the legislature. And so the president is also a former senator, and so she knows what she's up against. She's been there on the other side, and she talked about it with us. It is about priorities and advocating. There are plenty of priorities: public health, public education, public safety. Those are the three big ones. But don't give up on tourism. Don't give up on GVB to get you the resources that you need within the economy for public health, public safety, and public education. And that's pretty much what I was watching her advocate for all the way up until about 2 p.m. So it looks like they're still having that conversation. They haven't. I see the same players there. Regine, Jerry Perez, and then even Dr. Hernandez, Ricky Hernandez of the Guam International Airport. So they're obviously still talking about it. We'll peek in a bit, but also in the 3 o'clock hour, our friends from Togi are going to be hanging out with us. So Togi is a Guam Peer Support Cultivation. They are the Guam Peer Support Cultivation Foundation. They are a recovery community organization that provides peer support services for those who continue to struggle with mental health or substance use disorders. And so Togi obviously means to stand, right? So they're going to be coming in. I believe we've got 3 friends representing Togi to come in. Brian Hahn, Athena Duenas, and Valerie Regis. And we also want to highlight, if I go back to their main page, there's a 5K that's coming up. It's a Sunset Recovery Run, 2K, 5K, that is on Saturday, August 30th at the Chamorro Village. You can register online at my.raceresult.com. I got a phone number for you as well. 787-9276. That's 787-9276. Show times at 4 p.m. and go times at 5 p.m. And so obviously we will continue to share the details on the Sunset Recovery Run, but then also on the services that they provide to our community. So you can actually go already to togeguam.com, TOHGE Guam.com, TOHGE Guam.com. And so we'll have our friends from Togi in the 3 o'clock hour. And it also, it's an acronym too. So it's transforming ourselves through healing, growth, and enrichment. And so the transforming ourselves, healing, growth, enrichment is all within the word Togi, right? Again, to rise, to stand up. So that's what we got planned. Then obviously in the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to shift, and because it's Wednesday, we do Oran Fino CHamoru with Senor Ronald Laguana. He takes over from 4 to 6 on a Wednesday here on the Brightside, and the entire show, Oran Fino CHamoru, will be in Chamorro, right? Fino CHamoru. And so very excited to continue to have that program thanks to language speakers like Senor Ronald Laguana that is available to do it, right? And so that's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. If there's anything else that you want to talk about, feel free. Again, 671-922-1051 before we get to the CBS News. But I saw this release from Senator Vince Borja. This one just came out. And it is another town hall meeting. So this is the first one for the school year. It's this coming Monday, August 25th at 6 p.m. at the GDOE Central Office. It's going to be at their conference room. And the topics include early year updates and campus readiness, maintenance, repairs, and refurbishments, rebuilding progress at Simon Sanchez High School, school-specific needs, which include FBLG, public health compliance for all campuses, and procurement and supply challenges at GDOE. They had a Guam Education Board meeting last night, and I haven't been able to watch that. Last night, I was watching from 7 all the way till 10. They went all the way to 10 for the budget hearing, talking about the AG's office, talking about DOC. $5 million is going to go towards the master plan of a new DOC facility. And that's something that Chief Fred Bordalio has been advocating, lobbying for quite some time. And the plan is to finally separate the inmates from the detainees, to have a facility for inmates only, and it would be more secure. And so, and it would have cameras, it would have all the proper security systems in place that that a DOC facility should have. And so seeing that they have amended the substitute budget bill to also include excess revenue in fiscal year 2026 to go into, if I'm correct, it's fiscal year 2026, right? I think so. I took my notes. So it's not just going to, on October 1st, they're not just going to get that money, right? It's they'll get it they'll get it once they realize the excess revenue. Yeah, anticipated fiscal year 2026 excess general fund revenues. So like right now, how we're realizing some excess revenues, when fiscal year 2026 comes up, they'll have to, at what point do we start seeing that? I think we started seeing that in like March or April. They started sharing from BBMR that there was some excess revenues. So it takes a little bit for that to happen. But at least for right now, they've appropriated $5 million for anticipated FY 2026 excess general fund revenues for the design, financing, and construction of a new DOC facility. Then Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes last night also was successful in appropriating $970,000 from fiscal year 2025 excess revenue to replace lost federal grant monies for PBS Guam. And so again, advocating for PBS Guam and knowing that they are losing these federal monies, it was great to see how that Senator Tina Rose Munoz-Barnes was able to successfully get that money, $970,000. It's not even that much money, right? But when you think about it, it's that amount of money is very much needed. I mean, someone's watching. Someone watching says, "I'm homeless on Oahu. There's no hope or help on Oahu." Okay, it's a little bit concerning too. But looking at the photo of someone watching, it looks AI generated. Yeah. So I'm concerned for you, someone watching. Let's see here. Also, Senator Tello Taidagui funding for the chief medical examiner. And so dedicated, stable fiscal year 2026 funding for the chief medical examiner. There's really only like 2 employees there, the medical examiner and then the one employee. And so can you imagine losing our chief medical examiner again and having to wait months to bury our loved one? So we got to continue to get the resources to the chief medical examiner. And so they've created a couple mechanisms to get some of that funding over to the chief medical examiner. Will that be enough? We'll have to wait and see. 2:59 in the afternoon, we'll take the break. And then, like I said, on the other side of these, our friends from Togi are going to be coming in, telling us, sharing with us the services that they provide to the community, and then the 2K and 5K. It's a way where we can go out and participate in one of these 5Ks that happen on weekends, and also support the efforts of Togi Guam. And so we'll have them in studio in just a bit. 3 o'clock on the dot, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. Storm surge warnings and tropical storm warnings are going into effect overnight for coastal areas of North Carolina and Virginia as Hurricane Erin heads toward its brush with the East Coast. The reaction from a resident of North Carolina's Outer Banks.
If this was going to be a direct hit, I'd probably leave. I mean, a Cat 3, Cat 4 direct hit here, you don't want to be here for that.
CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano reports from the Outer Banks.
You run from the water, and that's what our problem is going to be, is that the waves are going to be huge.
Dare County Community Manager Bobby Outen told us how powerful winds miles offshore could push waves past sand dunes, flooding roads, and destroying homes.
If you're 24 hours out and you're not ready, then you haven't been doing your job.
Erin's center will pass to the east of the Bahamas in the coming hours and then start tracking along the east coast. So far, there's been no indication from the Kremlin that Russian President Putin will hold a one-on-one meeting with Ukraine's President Zelensky. Correspondent Holly Williams is in Kyiv reporting on efforts to make that happen.
Many in Europe are skeptical that Vladimir Putin really wants to end the war. And some are worried that in his eagerness for a deal, President Trump may try to pressure Ukraine into giving up territory to Russia in return for security guarantees that won't stop Putin from invading again in the future.
The Justice Department wants to know if those crime statistics showing decreasing crime in the nation's capital are accurate. More from CBS's Linda Kenyon.
Now the Justice Department is investigating to see if the stats were manipulated. This investigation comes amid a report that one police commander was placed on leave over questions about the stats. However, the president's first interim U.S. attorney in D.C. stated violent crime was down during Trump's first 100 days in office.
Nebraska's Republican Governor Jim Pillen announced plans for an immigration detention center in a farming area of his state, already being called the Cornhusker Clink.
Folks that are coming in are minimal to low risk. There won't be, quote, M13, extraordinary criminals that were arrested in Omaha. They will not be being housed here.
They'll use an existing facility, and they plan to expand it to eventually house 300 detainees. Correspondent Michael Wallace tells us the state of Massachusetts is trying to reunite 6 Purple Heart medals with their recipients' families.
The medals were in unclaimed safe deposit boxes at banks across the state. Christina Lambert is with the state's Unclaimed Property Division.
It's incredibly hard to reunite the medals with the recipients or even the box owners.
That's because a fire at the National Personnel Records Center in 1973 destroyed millions of military records.
This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or 2 half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to goodrx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Remember that zoo in Denmark that caught flack for asking people to donate their pets to feed to zoo animals? We have an update.
While the Aalborg Zoo received global backlash for a Facebook post looking for small animal donations to feed its captive predators, a teen girl decided to donate her German riding pony. It had health issues and had to be euthanized. Her mom told The Times UK that her daughter wanted to donate it to follow the natural food chain and benefit other animals. And apparently many Danish pet owners agree. So far this year, the zoo says they've received 22 horses, 137 rabbits, 53 chickens, and 18 guinea pigs, which have been turned into dinner for other animals. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The White House launched an official TikTok account Tuesday, less than a month before President Trump's extended deadline for the social app, a media app owned by China-based ByteDance, to either find a new owner or face a U.S. ban. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 3:05 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the bright side with Pauly Suba today from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. And then every Wednesday we have a special segment for Oran Fino CHamoru, the CHamoru Studies program with Mattel, Ronald Laguana, Zancy, David Herrera from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. finishing off the Brightside show. You can tune into us online on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack is open at their Timoning Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Seal your roof with Sherwin-Williams silicone roofing, engineered for Guam's toughest weather. From blazing sun to pounding rain, protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go, we deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now it's that time for your Real Deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 2 in Hamatak if you are heading southbound. This is by the Seti Bay Overlook. Slow traffic on Route 4 in Donya if you are heading southbound by the Turtle Cove. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Timoning if you're heading northbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. Slow traffic on Route 1 in Dededo if you are heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 26, Machechi Avenue. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. The DPW HMC crew will be preparing Route 4 from the Mauricio Bell Tower to Hemlani Apartments for paving between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. There will be intermittent lane closures. Paving is tentatively scheduled for the following week. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal traffic report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
All right, welcome back. The Bright Side right here on Wave 105. Biba Metkalis, it's Wednesday. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. So if you're tuned into our YouTube, you'll see that our guests are in studio. Yes. The director, executive director, right, Mr. Han?
Yes.
Of Togi?
Yes.
Yes. And then we also have Athena Duenas. Thank you so much. And you're with the judiciary, right?
No, Guam Behavioral
Oh,
Health
Guam
and
Behavioral
Wellness.
Health and Wellness. Why did I think that? But you're always working with the judiciary of
Yes,
Guam
I
a
do
lot,
of
right?
work with
Yeah. And then Valerie Regis, Salvation Army.
Correct.
Yes. And so the three of you really work hand in hand, right?
Yes, absolutely. We're partners
Yeah.
in the recovery and the treatment for substance use disorders. We're partners in that field. We work
Yeah.
together. We not only provide treatment and recovery services and peer support, but we also partner together, especially for Recovery Month.
Right.
We kind of organize everything and just fun events that we know can bring people together and kind of get people more aware of substance use disorders and our treatment programs and our
Right.
recovery support programs.
Because I've had conversations with you on just about what it means to have that support system, right? To get individuals through some of the toughest times, right? And it's all, the goal a lot of times is to bring them back to that support system, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's that very support system that they have damaged. So when actively using drugs or alcohol, the family are also affected by the drug use or the alcohol use. So when they enter into treatment, a lot of times the system that they came from is already fragmented. And sometimes they don't want to have anything to do with their loved ones. And then when they start seeing the recovery process, they help support them in their recovery.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. And so a little bit about Togi, right? Your Guahan Peer Support Cultivation Foundation, your recovery community organization that provides peer support services for those who continue to struggle with the mental health and or substance use disorders. And so I kind of wanted to just let our audience know, or if you can share a little bit more of why it is a substance use disorder.
Basically, maybe not disorder. We probably try to rephrase that as substance use challenge.
Challenge?
Yeah. So something that. So what we mean is substance use. Maybe we could probably reclassify it as addiction. So something that we, it's a challenge we have, and we would always say that we don't have a starting problem, we have a stopping problem. So, you know, disorder or addiction is we're not able to moderate alcohol, or you know, in a safe manner or in a responsible manner. And also the other substances wouldn't probably apply unless they were legal. So I guess now recreation marijuana is legal, so that's something that. But in Togi, we practice abstinence. So when we talk about substance, we include alcohol, even if it's legalized, and also marijuana, even if it's for recreational. So we try to practice substance because some drug or substance can lead to addiction, because we have
Sure.
addiction. So like when we get sober, or when we get, you know, we transition to a life of sobriety, sometimes we can trade one addiction for another, maybe like drinking coffee. If you ever go to a self-help meeting, there's a lot of coffee, or maybe even sweets, right? Or donuts and
Right.
cookies. So
I don't even know how I could function without coffee, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, so, I mean, addiction can be anything.
Yes. So that's, you know, unfortunately, we haven't been able to. People who have addictions are typically, that's why it's related to mental health, because the addiction is typically it would be a coping mechanisms for some mental health challenge that they might have, or
Right.
something they haven't worked through, some trauma or things in life that had come that they haven't been able to work through. So coping mechanisms gets you to escape that challenge, or not to have to deal with that challenge. For me, that was that was the case for me. And you know, I can't speak for others, because everybody has their own unique,
Sure.
you know, their own unique recovery story or journey.
I love that the three of you are so very close to each other, because it really does come down to continuity of care, you know? And so you can even better work with somebody that you know there's like some kind of chemistry and whatnot, right? Professional chemistry going on, right? And so you also know how to serve your community better when you're passing on to the next person that has something similar, as far as a program or an organization or an agency.
Well, if I can just comment before these lovely ladies comment, but the reason for myself, and that works well for us, is because I actually look up to both of them. They're kind of like my mentors and role models, because I was in long-term recovery, or I am in long-term recovery, and throughout my recovery journey, both of them have been they've done a lot for me in my recovery journey. They've helped me with my sobriety. They've helped me with my mental health challenges, and you know, both of them have contributed to me being where I am today.
They probably advocated for you too.
Oh yeah,
you're right.
Probably, yeah. So
to be director of an organization such as this, believing in you.
Yes. So I mean, I guess, you know, they're the am I right? Are they're the Magahalis, right?
Magahaga, yeah.
Yeah, Magahagas.
Yeah.
So I'm smart enough to know that I defer
big
to
sister.
them, and they give me guidance and direction.
Right.
And a lot of times, a lot of the decisions I would make were in regards to whatever programs, programmatic, or with peer issues, or any of the challenges that I would go through, I always defer to them. So I kind of feel bad, because maybe they have me on, they probably blocked my number, but yeah. Anyway, but I will defer to them, because these women are amazing, and they've been instrumental and huge. They're like they're the powerhouses of recovery for Guam.
Well, that's powerful. That's a powerful message that you've been mentoring Brian on so many levels, and now here he is as a colleague.
Yep, absolutely. So, you know, when we first started thinking about Togi before it became what it is, so we kind of tried to form it, but we needed his input. So at Guam Behavioral, with our Valerie and I's mentor, who passed away, Mr. Don Sabang, he used to be our boss. He had that vision of a peer recovery organization that would help the community and help the treatment centers. So when we were thinking about creating it, we got a grant, a brass tacks grant. Please don't ask me what that means. But this was like 2015. 2015, 16 was when we wrote for the grant, and we just started trying to envision and build upon what he was thinking about, and we had Brian in mind at the time. So we ended up getting the grant to do it and to start Togi Up, and then they became, their own nonprofit. So it's just amazing just to see how much it's grown since then. Like 2016, almost 10 years.
I remember 2011, we were coming up with questions to do an interview for the peers.
Right.
And that was, I remember that. It was 2011 and because 2012. But yeah, this is the fruits of a vision that Don Sabang had.
Wow.
And he went to one of the conferences that are held off in one of the mainland big conference.
Yeah.
And they were talking about peer support, and it was so foreign to us. Peer support, what is this? And it's become such a integral part of treatment that I don't even know how we can operate without peers.
Absolutely.
They are so. Sometimes for us, because I'm a person in recovery as well, and sometimes for us, we're twice removed from our old using days. 20 plus years. So there's a lot of changes that have happened. As a matter of fact, I was just telling my sponsor this morning, I don't know how to deal with certain things because I don't know the language. I don't. And then I was talking to another colleague. It's like I've lost some of the language. There are certain ways that you talk if you're in that drug in using certain substances. And so when we have peers, they're individuals with lived experiences that are in early recovery themselves. So there's almost like that camaraderie that you cannot replace. You cannot teach it. There's no class for it. It is a lived experience that only another peer can bring to that relationship. And it's so sacred. I can't even, there's no value besides, if you put two peers together, and then you have them work with a person who's in early recovery, you can literally see magic happen.
Yeah.
And if it's Athena and I, we go talk to somebody, they're like, and we're like, relax, just calm down. We're going to talk to you. But we're running programs and we're managing grants. So there's a certain belief about if Athena and I come in the room, then somebody's in trouble, kind of, sort of like that. But when a peer walks in the room, it's almost like they have this, like, I gotcha. That kind of moment where and over at the Lighthouse, we call our peers peer navigators because we like that whole navigating, know. But really, they're just certified peers who have lived experiences. They have to do certain hours to become a peer, and there's a certain behavioral standard, certain ethics that they follow. They have to have responsible recovery of their own, and they take the clients in early recovery around to their appointments, and from the car ride to the appointment and back, peer work is happening.
Recovery coaching is happening.
It's so beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So when I think about what we're faced with as a community, right? And you are the ones that are actually doing all of the heavy lifting and the work, the recovery, right? And so what is it that you're seeing out in the community? How can we support you better? Because there might be some rhetoric out there that, people that are addicted to crystal meth are criminals. And there is that message that is being put out there.
Well, they're definitely doing criminal behavior. I wouldn't say that they're criminals, but I think we're all criminals in some way. Just some got caught and some haven't.
We're all human in a lot of ways, and we're all sinners.
We're going to do desperate things in desperate times.
Right.
And so I think that, some folks are, pushed back up into a corner and have to make a decision to do certain things that happen to be criminal. That's just my...
Well, there are consequences to all of our actions.
Correct, yes.
However, though, there are programs that it's not the end of the world, that people can put themselves into a peer group such as this and work towards something better in their life.
So you talked about the teamwork that we have, and there's one thing that's absolutely proven is we all believe that recovery is possible.
Yep.
Every single one of us sitting here at this table believe that people do and can recover. We know this. We've seen the data. We have watched and analyzed from our own personal standpoint, and we can back it with numbers. If we had to go to school, that's not something we could have learned. So there's that infinite passion, right? So there's the passion that people can and they do get better. Right. Athena is running a women's treatment center under Guam Behavioral Health, and she's forever full. What are your numbers?
Well, it's a women and children's shelter.
Well, sorry.
So we have women and children
Right.
there. So we,
Is this the new one that's right next to the Lighthouse Recovery?
Oh, that
No,
is
we'll get
her.
there.
Okay,
That is
okay.
her. That is
Not
Valerie.
No, not Valerie.
The Salvation Army,
Army.
the Salvation Army, Guma Famalawan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but we contract with her, so
Okay.
that's how we're partners again.
Okay.
So our treatment center at Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center is for women with substance use disorders and their children. So we have about 13 women right now and their children, and then those that are getting reunited with their children. So we're looking at the reunification factor. And we work really closely with the Guam Family Recovery program at the court.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we work closely with that program to help the women reunite with their children and get their life back on track.
Right.
Yeah. But that's part of what we do. And then I forgot what the question was.
The other treatment side is for the Salvation Army. We have Guma Lahi, which is also funded by Guam Behavioral Health, and 28 beds were full.
Right.
Adult Drug Court gives us money for beds. We're full. Well, yeah, we're full. Guam Family Recovery Program, we have a bed available. We just got the Veteran Treatment Court. We have 2 beds already taken. We're full. So when the funding source is identified and the bed is created, it's full. That's only on the male side. We take the single females that don't have children to our center, and we opened with 16 beds. We've had to increase our number of beds, and under the Guam Behavioral Health grant, we have 15 beds. I believe we are not technically full, but we're in the pipeline full. I don't know if that makes sense. So as of today, we have 3 beds available, but we have 3 ladies coming.
Right.
So we're full. And so
there's always a wait list.
There's always a wait
Let's
list.
just put it that way.
You know, it's a difficult conversation to have, and I'm just glad that there are people like yourselves that want to have the conversation and want to do the hard work, right? It's difficult to unpack, right? It's traumatizing too. A lot of times we have to relive our trauma, right? But what I see with some of what you're doing, your efforts that you're doing to also help them with their recovery efforts, but then also bring back their family, right? And their real biological support system. You see that it was all worth it, right? When you see that when they're coming back together, where a child is back in the arms of their mother, or a husband and a wife that have been separated for years and they're trying to make it work. And so you see that all this work is not for nothing.
Yeah. And that's a lot of the reason why Valerie and I are still in the field.
Right.
Because we've seen the magic, you know,
Right.
and we've seen that happen, and we've seen how resilient people can be when they go into recovery or they go into treatment. You know, sometimes when you're in a group and the one you feel is not making it is the one that ends up like becoming a peer, and it's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You know, so we see all that happen, and especially with the families and the reunifications, that is so important that the families become part of the recovery. And of course, you know, we tell the individuals we work with, we're like, you know, you have to give it some time. You know, trust is being built right now, but they want to see you walk the walk. They don't want to see you talk it anymore. They just want to see you walk the walk, do what you need to do. And you know, believe it or not, a few months later, family is starting to call them, hey, how are you doing? I hear that this is happening, you know, and then they repair some relationships, you know. It doesn't mean that everything becomes peaches and cream, because, you know, there's a lot of work put into recovery, you know, and but they're doing it. And when we see that happen, we know that what we're doing is worth it.
Sure.
Yeah. And they're worth it.
So when they're part of the program, there's already a willingness there, right? With the individual that is going through the addiction. Because they are in this program, there's the benefit of the doubt that they want to recover and they want to be back with their family, right?
Yep. So for me, like, just them walking in the door is already the effort. I see that's what I look at.
Right.
Like it took them like so much courage to get in that door, and then or even courage enough to call Togi's Warm Line and say, I need some help. Where do I go? You know, and that's what their Warm Line is for, is to connect to us in treatment so we can help them get to treatment.
Right.
And just making that call is like, for us, the biggest effort. We're like, okay, someone needs help. I'm on the horn. This morning, I was like, do you have space in your detox? I need somebody who's a meth IV user. Do you have it? I need to get them in there because they're at my front door right now. And it happened, so we're good.
Right.
And we trade. Yes,
I'll
we
do.
Okay, I'll take this one person, but can you take this person? You know, because man, it's a forever constant movement. It's moving water. There's no and everybody comes in with different needs and different levels of abuse and or trauma.
Right.
And it's really sad. I think Athena and I have attended a lot more funerals than we should have ever attended, and that's the reality of the drug use on our island. It's getting worse and worse, and we can only do so much on the treatment side. We need help in the community from everybody. So, you know, if there's active drug use, you know, I think it's good to call the cops. And some people will say, you know, every time I call the police, they don't do anything. I'm like, but just keep calling. Because as long as they're doing something in the community and nobody's correcting it, it's going to continue.
Right.
So we need help with everybody just doing their part in calling and reporting, or, you know, so that it's not that we want them to get in trouble. It's just when they are in treatment, they're not committing crimes. And when they're done with treatment, they get jobs and pay taxes. Instead of we paying for their bedding and lodging over at Department of Corrections. I think it was one conference, it was $11 for every dollar spent in treatment.
Yeah.
So for every dollar spent in treatment, I think SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health agency, federal agency, they did a cost analysis or some sort. And for every dollar spent in treatment, the community saves $11. I'm like, that's a good trade-off. That's a good turnover. So we do need more money in treatment. I really do think we need more treatment beds. Because we're always... So if Athena has 20 and I have 20 ladies and there's 30 men, that's what?
70 right there.
Yeah, 70.
So are you telling me that on our island right now, there are only 70 people struggling with drugs or alcohol?
Well, how many people are on the waiting list for the Lighthouse Recovery for the men?
8.
See, there's a waiting list. So 8 people are waiting for a
Only
bed to
8,
open
but
up.
how many are waiting for yours?
I think we have...
She's always double digit.
Yeah, maybe about 16 on our wait list. But
16 mothers.
It's gone down because Guma Famalawan opened up. Because prior to them opening up, we were at like a 30, 40 wait list for women. And I was like, we have to get this other recovery center open soon because, you know.
We're dealing with something very systemic.
Right.
Right.
And we're also taking women from jail and men from jail to go into a treatment center. So, you know, that's the beauty of that too, is that they get to come out to treatment instead of going back out into the environment that's going to put them back into Department of Corrections, you know?
Sure. I know the work is every day, every year, but September has been designated as Recovery Month, right? So it's every person, every family, every community. And so leading up to September, you do have a 2K, 5K, right? It's the Sunset 2K, 5K. What is it? The last Saturday of August, right?
Yes, August 30th. Showtime is 4 p.m. and go time is 5 p.m.
Okay.
And we'll have a joint effort and the whole community in trying to support all the people in recovery. But the thing that also is unique about this 5K, 2K is anybody under 18 is free.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for the kids. Wow. Yeah. We make it free for the kids because we want to. So we figure that if the kids come, then their parents will come.
Right.
So we kind of had that analogy or that ideology that we can make the family stay together because we're all family oriented.
Right.
We want to keep the families together. So that could be like a fun activity for them to do. And we're hoping that we have a good turnout, and we invite people that want to have booths or tables or, you know, whatever they want to do to support. And it's a nice evening sunset. You know, the Guam sunset is a beautiful sunset, and you can do that supporting I think it's a noble cause and trying to help your community.
Absolutely. How much are the bibs? Do you know?
Gosh,
no worries.
It's on the flyer. I apologize.
No worries. We're about to put the
I'm
link.
just being honest. You know
We're gonna put.
Yeah.
I'm putting the website.
But we try to make it very affordable for people. And
Issa's got the website. We're gonna put it on our YouTube right now.
And I just like to thank Richard Taitegui and Manny Hachanova because those guys at the running club, they do an amazing job. They're always supportive. They always give us guidance, and they're very engaged, and they support us with everything. So we're going to be having a booth table this weekend at the Micronesian Mall on both days. You can sign up, and then we also have you can do it online. So if anybody's interested, they could just go to our website at Togi Guam, and then they'll see the flyer. And when you go to the
register.
flyer, you could register. So bring your family, and just to let you know, your kids are free. So. It encourages, wellness and health and well-being. So we want to keep Guam well. So that's why we believe in Togi, which is to stand. But I was educated by an amazing Manamko lady. She said, "Boy, you need to say Fan Nogi," which is together we stand, because we always say in recovery, it takes a village to save. It takes a village to save a village, and also it's a community. We want to have community engagement, and that's what we're promoting. Thank you.
Showtime 4 p.m., go time 5 p.m. Saturday, August 30. It's a Sunset Recovery Run 2K 5K. I sent the link over to you, and so
it's posted.
So any of our audience members listening in, they can click on that or copy and paste the link, and then they can learn more about Togi, but then also register for the 2K 5K. And so again, in the month of September, you've got a number of events that we want to talk about. The 230 proclamation signing, National Recovery Month. You guys all have like your own tents, right, for Labor Day? Guam Behavioral Health will have their own.
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
we'll be there during the Labor Day picnic on August 31st.
Right. And then so you got the proclamation signing from the governor's office, National Recovery Month. 2:30 p.m. Friday. Saturday is Serenity Walk. Yeah?
Yes. So for the proclamation, we usually tag team with our prevention folks over at Guam Behavioral, because it's also Suicide Prevention Month. So our proclamation is dual, which is great. We love it, because then we have all our partners in the room.
Right.
And we get to celebrate that in both of that in 1 month.
We're going to fill up that room.
Yes, we usually do.
Yeah.
That's always good.
That's how we roll.
Yeah.
And then our Serenity Walk is an early morning walk. And we just go from Matapang Beach to as far as individuals can go to the end and back. So
take their time.
A nice early morning walk. It's one of the favorite events, I think. Yeah, because I think we tried to take it away one year, and they got so upset.
Yeah.
And it was only because we didn't want to get it too early. And they were like, "That's not fair." And we're like, "We have to think about the people in recovery."
It's a very serene time for them to reflect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when we started this, it was a lot of folks were like physically challenged in being able to run or do some excruciating exercises. So we just said, well, just everybody take your time.
Yeah.
And one of the older folks that we worked with was like been in jail for so many years, and had never walked on the beach.
Wow.
Ever from Guam.
Yeah.
And it was just.
You'd be surprised how many people don't go to the beach.
Yeah.
Living here in Guam, so I can only imagine.
There's a lot of folks that have never even gone to the movies since Tamuning movie theater was Johnson
Theaters
was still open.
Yeah. We don't talk about Johnson Theater Only Joe Maulik brings it up.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I didn't know.
No
That's
worries.
how old school
Yeah.
it was.
They played regular movies back then,
They
I guess.
did.
Yeah,
Yes,
see?
they did. Yeah.
But you've got the Agana Shopping Center community outreach.
Yes.
That is what, September 13th?
Yes, and we have
Yes.
more of our partners in the community from the court, all the court programs, and then we bring our federal court partners. It's just a whole bunch of us that.
That's what Brian's talking about. Then it takes a whole village. It takes a community.
Oh my goodness, yes, we
Yeah.
have to network with just about everyone.
Yeah.
It's
You got some fun events too, bowling and softball tournaments.
Yes.
Yeah.
The most wonderful thing to do is watch a bunch of folks in early recovery try to bowl
Yeah.
who have never bowled in their
Who's
life.
never bowled before?
Yeah, they hit
Yeah.
the wall. It's so fun. That one is going to be announced. And
Okay.
our events are funded by the 5K.
Yes.
So if we're not trying to raise like millions of dollars.
Sure.
We just want those in recovery to have a meaningful Recovery Month celebration
Right.
that they can participate in.
Right.
And we're going to challenge the judiciary of Guam, or no, we're gonna all challenge the judiciary. We usually partner up, and Adult Drug Court tries to call us out. Yeah, tries.
In softball, right?
Yeah, it's a long-standing.
Really?
Yeah. So
yeah, bragging rights are everything.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
text the chief and say, "Bring it," or the deputy chief, and it's just some
Yeah.
poking
Yes.
fun and
Yeah.
amazing thing. Athena's gonna talk about the Substance Use Disorder Conference.
Okay.
So every year, and
Sixth annual?
Yes, this will be our 6th annual, and it's a virtual conference.
Okay.
So we partner with the Pacific Southwest ATTC, which the Addiction Transfer Technology Center. They're out of UCLA. They usually host that for us. And it's just a lot of good information on family recovery, peer support, substance use, whether it be about opioid use disorder, meth, amphetamines use disorder. It's just 2 days of a great amount of information, even on prevention.
They update more on fentanyl. That keeps being brought up.
Yes.
Yeah.
They will have workshops on that.
Yeah.
So it's 2 days of that workshop. It has been an amazing conference since it started, and we started during the pandemic.
Right.
So that's and we get about 1,000+ people
Wow.
who register for this conference, mostly from Guam.
Okay.
But we also get people from the U.S. mainland and some international people.
Africa.
Yes, Africa. We had some people
I
chime
couldn't
in
believe
and attend our
Africa.
conference.
Not part of the panel, but just wanting to learn, wanting
They're
to
individual-
participate.
Yes, they're
Wow.
participants of the conference.
Wow.
And they join us every year. So
Is it
it's kind of
free?
nice.
How do you?
Yes,
Okay. Wow.
Absolutely free.
Okay.
If you want to know more about the conference, they can contact me.
Okay.
And I can, and then maybe
Well,
we
I'll
could-
stay in touch with you as well because I'd love
Okay.
to cover it.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That would be great.
absolutely.
Oh, that would be nice.
So it's 2 days, the 25th and 26th.
Yes.
And it's via Zoom, so that's great.
Yes, all via Zoom,
Yeah.
and it's from 8 to about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll continue to stay in touch with you on that, and then I'll share information with our audience. Obviously, it's free, and then even cover it. And then you've got something fun. How many times have you done the water relays before? Is this the first time you're thinking of it?
Second
Yeah.
We tried it at the family.
What does a water relay look like?
Oh, a bunch of people in early recovery doing stuff in the water.
Yeah.
We're gonna be they're gonna probably do some version of Marco Polo and just all fun events,
Sure.
fun activities. Each agency will come up with a
Yeah.
game
Little
and
game.
give. They love gas cards.
Oh, yeah.
So we've been saving gas
yeah.
It gets them the
cards.
treatment.
Yeah. We'll give out gifts and prizes
Right.
and stuff
Movie
like that.
passes for families and stuff like that. So
And the biggest event is our family
Right.
picnic.
Which, and you can't fit it all in September, so the family picnic is like early part of October, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I missed. Somebody got the main pavilion at EPAL. on the last Saturday. So
okay. Well, we'll just pretend that this was all intentional.
It was too busy.
It was intentional to be on October 4th.
Well, for those of you who are listening and so we have clients that are no longer in treatment and they're out there living their lives, and they know that on the last Saturday of every September, they will be walking around EPAL looking for us. Yeah. So just so that
they're going to walk into somebody else's birthday party.
Well, so if in case anybody's listening, it's on the first Saturday of October.
They'll be like, who's Joey? Happy third birthday.
They'll be texting us. What happened to the Recovery Month picnic? I'm like, it's next week.
Okay,
yeah. So that's the day that we invite the family because we want them to celebrate recovery as well. Because even though they don't use drugs or alcohol, they're in recovery as much as their loved one is.
Yes.
The whole family is in recovery.
Right. Everybody that are at these homes get to go down too?
Yes.
Yeah? That's beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah.
We
bring them
usually
down.
have a roast pig. And it just becomes, oh my gosh.
It's become bigger and bigger every year. That's just how that. It started out as a merienda.
Right.
In our office at the main Jibwick facility.
Right. 3rd floor.
Yep. And it grew from that into a family picnic, and it just has been flourishing. We get like 300 plus people a year.
That's all part of the reunification process too, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to bring the families together, and some of our families and our ladies have visitation with their kids. They're not quite yet reunited with them, but they're getting visitation, and they get to spend the day with them at the beach with us.
Yeah.
Amazing is that? We have a tug of war, volleyball,
musical chairs.
That gets very
so
questionable.
They're competitive. They broke chairs.
They break chairs. They're like, okay, who's gonna bring the chairs? I said, not for that, and they just. We try
They're like, use New Beginnings chairs.
We try to bring a lot of toys so that every child leaves with
something,
a toy, so that mom can walk their child up and pick a toy. So we usually ask the Salvation Army if they have any toys that they have left over from last year or something. And usually we have a lot of community members that will give toys, and we'll just put it on the table and let the kids choose.
A lot of times, your effort when you're in this line of work, it can be thankless, right? But you obviously understand the importance of it because you see it at these events. You see all the hard work that goes into not just of yourselves, but of the peers themselves. Those that are in recovery are putting in the effort, and so it's fulfilling just to see those kinds of fractured relationships start to heal.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's all about healing.
It's priceless.
Body, mind, and soul. It's all about healing.
Yeah.
That's what recovery is about.
Well, I appreciate this chemistry. Yeah, I'm so glad that you didn't come by yourself, Brian. That you coerced them.
For so long. All he did was tell me right when he was making the arrangement. He was like, we have something tomorrow. And I was like, wait, let me tell the director. And then I was like, let me call Valerie.
I went up to Catholic Social Services.
Oh, no.
I didn't know. Yeah, but now I know it's here. So.
Yeah. We're in the back of the Coca-Cola warehouse. Yeah. So, yeah. Is there anything else that you want to share before I let you guys go? Continue. I mean, we have about 10 more days for the 2K, 5K. But we'll continue to announce it because it's such a great initiative, a fundraiser. Like you said, the kids are free, and so we want to see the success in it because we want to see the success in every life, because like you said, the return on investment is just getting those our loved ones, our family members, get them better, and so otherwise we're going to continue to pay for the services at DOC, and it's pretty overcrowded.
And other social services.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
And if mom is better, kids get better. And when the kids are better, they do better in school.
Right.
There's so much positive things that happen when recovery is in the picture.
Right.
In every area.
Right.
Every area.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They have a job. They look forward to getting their housing. So when we watch all that growth, it's amazing. And they come back and they want to. They always want to give back, which is great because we need them to. We need them to be a part of somebody else's recovery, and a lot of them do that work. And they don't just do it in our recovery and our treatment centers, but, they continue with our self-help groups in the community. And as long as we have that partnership with self-help groups, Togi, and, the Lighthouse, myself, Sanctuary, we grow together. We watch people grow. It's just, for us, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we wouldn't be doing it anymore.
What's amazing to me is it happens even till now. They will finish treatment. We never hear from them. And then they're calling and they're saying, okay, Ms. Val, I got this person who's struggling. And so, okay, what do I do? And I'm like, okay, so you send them to, so they become our advocates out there.
They're now
they didn't commit a new crime, but they're working with someone in example, like a warehouse. And they're like, this guy needs help. Bro, you need to get help before you get arrested or go to jail. And you're going to lose your job. And that's what we want. We want people to help others to get into treatment.
The warm line is for that too?
Yes.
Yes.
That's the Togi warm line.
Right. Yeah.
What is it? 988 warm?
It's 787. Sorry. It's
No worries.
787-686 warm,
Yeah.
which is 9276. Yeah, and I'd just like to take this opportunity to
Yes.
thank everybody. Thank also you,
Absolutely,
Pauly, and
anytime.
your organization, and the nice young lady in the back there too as well, and everybody that supports us in recovery, and the families, and also the people that have supported us or will be supporting us, the sponsors, and all the people that are helping with this 5K and also Recovery Month, and the community, and also the governor and the lieutenant governor, because they've been really supportive in supporting recovery and in the people and their journey to get back and to get families reunited. And I think it's just amazing, and it's a blessing, because even before they were in office, they still supported us in recovery. So it's been a blessing for everybody, and etc. Thank you so much.
Does Pete want to get on with them? Okay, this is Attorney Pete Santos.
Oh.
You just gotta kind of put these on. Sorry, we're short-handed. Attorney Pete, we don't have a lot of time, and I got to take the break. But you're on with Athena and Valerie and Brian.
Hafa Adai, Pauly,
Hafa Adai.
Biba, almost Friday.
Biba.
But I wanted to call in and commend our community partners in there, and also just mention also, everything that they've been talking about, all the positive things can easily be destroyed by all the negative stigmatism and, the negative...
Well, we see the
just
efforts.
The negative publicity that the media and certain government officials like to put on people who are going through the system and who are going through recovery.
Yeah.
It's just so damaging when you have leaders in the community that espouse negativity and proclaim that recovery is useless, fruitless, doesn't work. If that's the way they're going to portray it, then obviously it's doomed to fail. But despite all that, I know these guys still do their best and put their, heart and soul and 165,000% in what they do.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Attorney Pete, I appreciate the you calling in and just thanking them for what they do.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, adios. Is there anything else that you guys want to share? I'll let you go now.
I will
165,000 is good.
I like that. I was like, well, that's a good number.
Yeah, that's good. We can hire 2 counselors and add more beds.
Yes. But I can send you the link for
Yes.
registration for our conference.
Yes.
That way you have it and
All
you
right.
can put it online.
Thank
Yeah.
you for
Share it
having
with
us.
us.
Oh,
Yes,
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Please join us in Biba Recovery.
Yes,
Biba. 3:53 in the afternoon. We'll take the break.
CBS News Brief. Beaches are closing up and down the East Coast as Hurricane Erin approaches. Residents are being evacuated from North Carolina's Outer Banks, where this man's feeling okay.
Due to the proximity of the storm and how close it's going to be to shore here, I feel pretty confident that we're going to be all right.
From Kyiv, correspondent Holly Williams reports on Ukrainian concerns over any potential peace deal with Russia.
If Russia actually agrees to peacekeepers, they'd be patrolling a front line more than 600 miles long. And Ukrainians want to know what would happen if Russia violated a peace deal.
Nebraska is joining Florida, Indiana, and Tennessee establishing an immigration detention center. Governor Jim Pillen.
I'm grateful for Homeland Security. I'm grateful for President Trump to say it is important that we find the criminals, the bad people, and remove them.
It's being called the Cornhusker Clink. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
A major AI company prohibited job seekers from using AI on their applications. Here's why it changed its policy. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. The company is Anthropic, and its AI chatbot is called Claude. Like some other companies, it prohibited job applicants from using AI to refine their resumes, cover letters, and applications. But now the company says it uses Claude every day. In fact, it uses Claude to create job descriptions, improve interview questions, and manage candidate communications. So the company figured it's only fair that candidates can use such tools too. But only up to a point. Job seekers still can't use AI when given problems to solve or being interviewed. And with AI improving by the week, don't be surprised if the rules at Anthropic and elsewhere change again before long. I'm Jeff Colvin.
Create harmony with Discord. This is Soundbites, and I'm Alan Davidson. Gamers know Discord, but there's a lot more to this innovative social media service with a weird name, and much more than just the latest Minecraft hacks. For example, did you know that you can use Discord to build your own unique online community, both for live chat and video communication? And that thousands of dedicated Discord servers now cover a huge and growing variety of different topics. Even though the shift started only 5 years ago, more than 150 million users are now benefiting from the platform's versatility. And more join as non-gamers leave other social platforms looking for new online homes. So who knows? Maybe the next breakout Discord server will be yours. Check out the world of Discord at discord.com. With Soundbites, I'm Alan Davidson for CBS News.
Craving bold flavors and unbeatable value? Introducing Chili's Double Down Feast. Choose from chef-crafted protein pairings like zesty margarita chicken with ancho salmon, or go premium with the classic sirloin and half rack of ribs. All served with loaded mashed potatoes, starting at just $24.99. It's a feast made to satisfy. With more pairings to try, one visit won't be enough. Only at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event, is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Now's the time for your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 30. Heavy traffic on Route 16 if you're heading to the intersection near the Guam Revenue Tax. Traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to lane closure, leaving only the right lane open. Be on the lookout for that and take alternate routes if needed. Heavy traffic on Route 1 if you are passing the Aspen Beach Park heading northbound to the intersection in front of the governor's office. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
ISLA, Guam is where I'm from. Tautanu CHamoru, kingdom of our people.
All right, we only have a few more minutes, but I did want to share this letter from, well, it's a release from Speaker Frank Bloss Jr., right? Guam leaders call for immediate action to save Guam Memorial Hospital. Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. says, well, in this release, Speaker Frank Bloss and Health Committee Chair Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani have called on acting Governor Joshua Tenorio to declare a state of emergency, take immediate action to address the escalating crisis at GMH. The lawmakers described the hospital's condition as catastrophic, citing structural decay, electrical failures, fire hazards, HVAC shutdowns, and dangerously depleted medical supplies. So in this letter to the acting governor, Josh Tenorio, they demand immediate declaration of a state of emergency for GMH, deployment of emergency funding, of which can include ARP and rainy day resources, be transparent and accountable in restoration plans with stakeholder engagement. This call to action marks a pivotal moment in Guam's healthcare history, one that demands courage, collaboration, and compassion from all corners of leadership. So I saw that letter, and then now there is a response to that letter that has been shared with the media as well from acting Governor Joshua Tenorio. Octo Magalahin Guahan. Earlier today, Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani and I, the acting Governor Josh Tenorio, met with GMH officials and toured the areas affected by the electrical failures that occurred yesterday. The quick response of GMH medical and support staff ensured the safety of all patients in the affected areas. The Guam Fire Department and GPA are both actively engaged as well. Our Recovery Coordination Office and Hazard Mitigation Grant Program is facilitating a FEMA grant application to upgrade and replace the electrical infrastructure at the hospital. Although this funding is not guaranteed, our team is assisting GMH with the necessary documentation for the grant to be reviewed for funding eligibility. Says, I am aware that GMH administration has requested a sum of $5 million in CIP funding to begin this work. Your support of this request would assist with this effort since it is for electrical upgrades. In your letter, you requested that GMH avail resources from ARP funds and the Rainy Day Fund. Any remaining ARP funds have been obligated to projects since the end of last year. These funds are locked into a performance period that will expire at the end of next calendar year. As for the rainy day funds, they're subject to appropriation and use by the legislature. It would be more appropriate for funds to be appropriated from the general fund to support this capital improvement project. He said, I will be exploring efforts for the Guam Power Authority to perform and manage this electrical work at GMH and will keep you updated on these efforts. Once again, from the acting Governor Josh Tenorio. 4:02 in the afternoon. Time to take that break for the CBS News Real Deal Traffic Report coming up with Isa, and then on the other side, Oran Fino CHamoru. So from 4 to 6, you've got the entire show in CHamoru, thanks to Senor Ronald Laguana, and it's all brought to you by the University of Guam CHamoru Studies Program. We are, once again, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Michael Toscano. What the National Hurricane Center calls life-threatening rip currents will hit the East Coast over the next 36 hours as Hurricane Aaron tracks offshore. CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano is on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, one of the first areas which will feel Aaron's power.
Tourists are leaving North Carolina, but the O'Sullivan family is still here.
We have plenty of supplies, and not our first rodeo. Definitely prepared.
Ready to protect their coastal home from the effects of Hurricane Aaron.
I would definitely expect, some oceanside damage over here, but because we're back on the sound side.
The powerful storm interrupting the height of the summer season. Along the Outer Banks, multiple mandatory evacuation orders are in effect.
A storm surge warning is in effect from Cape Lookout to Duck, North Carolina. Texas State House Democrats who left the state are back, meaning Republicans can conduct business now and redraw congressional maps to add GOP seats. The Republicans mandated Democrats can't leave the Capitol building without being accompanied by security personnel, which infuriates Democrat Mahela Plesa.
This should be a wake-up call for everybody, because this is how easy you can give up your rights. This is how easy the legal system can get turned on you. Because if they can do it to us, they can do it to anybody.
Democrats in California are moving ahead with their redistricting plans. Correspondent Nydia Cavazos is in Los Angeles.
California Republicans have expressed their opposition. They've presented a lawsuit. They're asking the California Supreme Court to weigh in before Wednesday evening to try to delay the vote that's essentially set for this Thursday. What they're saying is that California Democrats' efforts are unconstitutional here, and there's a lack of time for lawmakers to review these maps, and there's a lack of time for these public hearings so that Californians are able to weigh in.
President Trump says U.S. troops won't be sent to help defend Ukraine against Russia. He also told Fox News Ukraine's hopes of joining NATO and regaining Crimea are, quote, impossible. Our Linda Kenyon reports Trump is ordering an investigation into Smithsonian exhibits.
The president complained museums, especially the Smithsonian, are woke. And he added in his words, woke is broke. Protesting that the museums focus on, as he put it, how horrible our country is, how bad slavery was, and how unaccomplished the downtrodden have been. Nothing about success, nothing about brightness, nothing about the future.
Sean Muse learned a lesson the hard way over the weekend fishing off Boca Grande, Florida. Sharks don't like to be caught.
We were taking the hook, and we just finished taking the hook out of his mouth. We were going to go release him, and the shark just turned and bit me.
This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you 40 years old in great health and want life insurance coverage with no exam and instant coverage options? Big Lou can do that. Are you 50 to 60 with health issues and still want life insurance coverage with no exam needed? Big Lou can do that. Are you on meds for anxiety, sleep apnea, diabetes, or other health glitches and just want the best rate possible without a lot of hassles? Big Lou can do that. To find the most affordable term life coverage options for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. Big Lou does term life insurance better than anyone else on the radio, and he may be able to get you $1 million to $4 million of term life coverage with no exam. For the best term life insurance deals in America, call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225. Remember, Big Lou is like you. Once a week, he can do that, too. Call 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com.
A massive jewel heist sounding like a movie plot did not come off in the United Arab Emirates.
It was a theft worthy of Inspector Clouseau. Officials in Dubai say they nabbed 3 thieves who stole a rare pink diamond before they could smuggle it out of the emirate. Police say the bad guys rented luxury cars, arranged to meet with the jeweler at upscale hotels, and told him they were interested in buying the $25 million gem, but first, their rich client needed to see it. The actual plan, say police, to pack up the 21-carat sparkler in a small refrigerator and send it to Asia. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
NASA says the Webb Space Telescope has spotted a new tiny moon orbiting Uranus. The moon appears to be just 6 miles wide and is rather faint, which made it hard to detect. Uranus now has 29 known moons in orbit. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Why longer-term CDs can make sense right now. I'm Mark Hamrick with a Bankrate.com Personal Finance Minute. With inflation still running above the Federal Reserve's 2% target and policymakers holding off on rate cuts for now, CD yields, primarily on longer-term maturities, remain attractive for savers seeking stability and peace of mind. If the Fed does begin easing over the next 6 to 12 months, as many expect, today's CD rates could represent a peak. Locking in now before rates drop could offer the best of both worlds, safety and return. Long-term CDs come with guaranteed interest and principal protection, a powerful combo in an uncertain economic environment. They can be especially useful for conservative savers or those nearing retirement, providing a stable, predictable way to grow savings. And if you're worried about tying up too much cash, consider a CD ladder. blending short and long-term maturities to balance yield and liquidity over time. Shop around for the best CD rates and lock in yield while the locking's still good. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Mark Hamrick.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Stimulating conversation. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 4:09 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM on the bright side, but with a special segment every Wednesday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. for Oran Fino CHamoru. That is brought to you by the Chamorro Studies program with Matao, Ronald Laguana, Zancy, David Herrera. Again, here from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. here on the bright side. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. Tune into us online on our website, thewave105.com, or you can also watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Shout out to our sponsors over at Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack is open at their Tumuningen Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, Guam premier provider of professional security services. Sherwin-Williams, the wet season is on its way and your roof needs to be ready. Don't wait for the blazing sun or the pounding rain. Get ahead with weather-ready coatings. Be smart, be prepared, and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Wiseout Animal Hospital. The Go Guam Support Local campaign is proudly sponsored by Wiseout Animal Hospital, where we treat your pets like the value family members they are. Wiseout, the wise choice in animal care. Now is that time for your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 1. This is if you're passing the Asan Beach Park heading northbound to the intersection in front of the governor's office. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning if you're heading northbound to the intersection. That leads to Route 30. Let's see here. Earlier there was heavy traffic on Route 16 in Barragata. Looks like traffic is still slow but not as heavy as earlier. This may change though throughout the time. Traffic might be backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to lane closure, only leaving the right lane open. So be on the lookout for that or take alternate routes as needed. Also you have your traffic advisory for the week. The DPW HMC crew will be grass cutting Route 1 from Adelut to Polaris. Work will occur between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the bright side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 478 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Islas Marianas, ni tapotegi lenguaje, cultura, denloco y costumbreta. Fanogi, fan vanidoso, puritanota. Sagok bonito, dan rico todo, y historiota. Kung yan magokit, wagid sa hita.
Tanakati Kulu! Ahali.
Fresi gini ni mastat kilo gihina soku it mastat kalungi kurasonhu zan imas figo na nina sinyahu hu ufresin maisazu para bai hu protehi zan hu defendi ihinengi ikutura i lenguahi i airi i hanum zan i tanu CHamoru ni irin shoku diretsu gini na zuustata esti huwa fitma gihilu i Biblia zan i banderahu i banderan guahan hita man tau tanu
Hita. Avre maneluhu. Gini nas matao hali no. Sumena maguvna ani toro samzu maneluhu za mananao zan biba manao totono. Biba. Hunggan na fenelos matutali ora para programan CHamoru. Gwini islas mansinahi no. Sina taalok pari saludo para hagu hali.
Si Zeus masih kumpai leku biba para tau tanu para todo imanau tanu.
Gan bonito zo sinangontan di ini freshi sa tin natuzut eno giminagay den sienti todo espiritu dan yante ni manay nata. No hunga maneluhu an gagwapon tomo gini para ta diskuti gifinota panaga nga halam gisay 71 922-1051. Zawa pago na bebe saluda todo hamzo ni mane kungo gini pago na ora disti oran gi kada Merkulis gi alas 4 gi pasawi talani esta alas 6 gi pupuengi janging guapuntu sinya para un diskuti por afa malagomo ni masuses di gini gi isla fanaga nga malemput pabot za tata diskuti no sia lombuto mas puri lingwahi enigi tas ta nasesed bi pago sa no pare ni importantes di lingua hita jatana opan gi ari no pare
unggan put favor para todi maniluta Marianas no ta continua practica ihila na nota
unggan za mucho mas loki ti jan ti gofjata patana anno mas iput i politika masnya put i manasip beni lingua hila enigi punto nesti na programa para tanay chansa enosya ni mane kungo gena hujung pofanaga ngolom za o machagi umuna setbi isti fil ihila imanay nata magay no samso loki ni mensahe para todo samso ni manggagi katsada halay sintiron mo jan kan dalu it bidas mungay na lula pat ni ribay na namo gepatan mo na isin ni gonmo sa mungay de man telefon solo gaya na pago ni sinatawag bluetooth pago na tempo no Pero sino panagang alam sa angin guat puntom mo put pabot panagang alam sa ta diskuti no pari pasa sina fama san sintaza mas si punto ni para ta jao na pabimenti pagulay put eji esti man lancero gana hujung sa gua managang gi mapus na peja amenti na esti departamento ni agrikultura lai bula man dipependi para fanado ko nay tagi dineko bringenas donni papadza para siya na klosin dineko lai sa esti siya iman esti igualo ne iman guagualo pare nisita ta na kloro ji eji sanya ji hadin ne igualo segun kinin pendeko gida ji dangkulo pare ji dangkulo
para commit shot
commit shot ni megige za uzat keke zama iman tau i agrikultura sa esta malofan esti persona ni man nahalong punto na legnya sta malofan mas di 2 anos tida natimanado ko para siya sa kinimprende ko na pare gimalofan tempo todo tempo sti departamento ni agrikultura manonnanom di dineko na para o mas libiano para isti siya ni manggagalo na mege tigi pago di kamba para ipapadza para apa siya na donni no siya na dineko na pesa afamon puni puntomo pare na kalan tataza za ti majujuda lai mampus iman lancero afamon
unggan na gimapus no magahit i agrikultura man na iyo mabebendi huzung azin dongkulo na no tray no to
kanostra unggan
guana 50% zaman na doku para simiza para iman guagualo so no jangin matwa za mamano no 200, 400, 500 na simiza, está listo para mapega papa gitano.
Ini kita sasangan. Enggak, ini kita sasangan. Pues ang ginawa kita taw-taw agrikultura, por favor, assistive anesthesia man gwagwalo, no? Ja o makalamtini mo na mas dofan mas libyano dinek ko gwalo niya. Sa meggay man dipependi no enno. Ja masangane siguro ni masanganeta na esta malofan 2 años da kalantata ina dilantu mo na pues manelu por favor hamzo ni man matsotso gi departamento ni agrikultura ajuda man lancero man gwagalo putfin. Ja hunggan pari put si gula siya loki man natungo ni man lalanso bisa afana niga pedro naman bobuta pa ako si para soyo dan na conservation siya
water conservation.
Sa water conservation siguro niningok ko naman bobuta niga fanan. Ja siya loki na totogis man naso gi esti na pati ni pamajuda man lancero. Ja hunggan na pwede hungu kaji manggana no. Jawa na bebe saluda siya ni manggana.
Ya, panan gua 5 grano no man malalago.
Fanan 5 pa sa. So le mala ja
malum si piling.
Hunggan piling pues sinjus masin yang ango. Piling konsigi kayo gi airi.
Abaw no.
Gi airi bat kon airi.
Buenas piling.
Baga gua papapasir ng yun dos.
Konsigi.
Apa mo no na sumizun na di man hula gini gi SDS tax pala para US citizen.
Panan 50 panan na pusinat no? Gua 30 panan 30 man mahula.
Manafan hula para si Udadano kumikilig mo.
Unggan.
Do hapa mo?
Siguro kinipendek ko Jo na matsotsogin no gidurantin mucho más durante ni julio día 4 sa na masilelebra na isti linibre americano ja enigi patti gi reglamenti niya na para umana fanhula na gi man kumuman si uda dano ja tada at turidatta lai pareno sa federale no ne ja matsotsogi gi papa gi kotte ni distrito no.
Imapus kung paileku si senta fanan na kilizano gi halumi guma kongreso man mahula
fanhula
gi oktu organiko
hanggang ni komplenos niya no hanggang magay
dinancha si piling na zanggin man manhula dinancha no piling hanggang
para wow na after mana no na pagaman mapatu gini kita no sa isi bisota di na maulom Espanyol sa Mangueira di Gerandos es man magdapit di militar man makauwi partafad mumugi postus pauno lo hapala na di director man mapatugini da po lita no ta
unggan man educa no sempre siya no fanan guaha reglamento na para umastudia noza gubernamento ni Amerikano. Za anesta
no estige na omisita di man mambobuta taking klase ito amena klase ito mambobuta silenti
unggan
dinancha so hapala na para ang mahula pa silisin pes man mapu pa dos clases for example na ilo Russia na sumasagal na hula gini dos taon na Russia dan street taon tagi islata
duo citizen no zi doble na ciudadano ilelek mo
duo citizen na
unggan dinancho
so lo cocino mono gasto pa Russia na may dos loki
solo mafanyagwa
loku citizen
an mafanyagwa Russia unggan 20
Ekwa titungo para punto para no piling sa magait Kwa like si Trump ko kikina para no nay. Stina presidente sa kalantigos dyan niya manaw to sa nizong. Sinya tolo.
Enggak, sa no kagin na siya Pauly da DC.
Oh, nay.
Da lo sige na mustatul ba. Ye mauna na malago si Uncle Sam. Halat ta na panggilan waktu Vietnam ni tigirota.
Nay.
I Organic Act na gaginaw na kontrata ani ma-fit magi mid represento 50 no? Pare.
Ngan. Tano niya hon esti tano guahan nay. Tano Amerikano. Sige na takike na para no na hinasyo na para tafandadana dan no siya na estado. Sige na takike espia i empeño na patanagwa estado politikata na para hita ta determina may sahit sa pago taja diritsota tano Amerikano hit para siya.
Magahit ni sisita no paritas mamambotan no ni tres no piling free association statehood dan status quo
dan independenti
independent
sa si Mel nay si Celuta Mel Bodra nay and nigi istaunya nay sotsone kan nay pata ta fandanya kumuuno na hinasu dan sinenti za pata fan gai istau sa pago na momento tsuka Hafa tatsogi taja diritsota para ufan tafan para i tauto manalum gini. Masya aji na si fulano sinya manalum gini. Kita nota lo kumuta na guaha i stau politika kumuhita dumintin minan may sahit. Edzo na sinya ta panggay diretso dyan gay sinya.
Lo haudin pero inaligla.
I-Kongreso.
Cuma naitan CHamoru bisa otorizakta dan dilitota lo haudin na sina nung na maski pera kasi Lewin Plaitea no na nilaki siya.
Sige dos na hemplo nisisita na fit me na todo i sitentay mid no kumpay kuman registered voters pago 60,000 fanan mas pues question gwini ani ue kung si Dr. no Robert Underwood dan si Melvin ni si Sinudot Pangilinan i question ni Hazi pero fan mambota ko todo dua pad edzi man manggagi gwini gi mid 898 na sokan. No, zi manggagi gi 1898 is 1950. Fes azigi question i kotodwa i manyasaga pagu gi isla no pofan mambota pad ezwa i tautautan ni man stabay gwini gi ane manhalu mi Amerikano gi ezi Agosto gi 1898. Zigi pagu kalan nisisito maadzik.
Hunggan gay punto ho gano piling untung nga siguro na kinimprende ko talo na hitaha tisinya i gobernamento o kinalamtini esti na tsotso debidi i manauto natibo o sinenik esti tisinya no saunaw i politikan na grupo siya para o sinek esti na kinalamten David di hita ni manautaw tano pa ni mantautaw guahan sa fanan makontra na no pa rin natisina para CHamoru ne
unggan
na kumontra gi kotin federal
sa zanggit man set bi sa lapi gobernamento no tisinya zi magang i discrimination no nisisita toda para fan mambota lo zanggit ni ilik fino mo zanggit ni natibo ha para hita na no ta no kubri zata agangi todi manauto tano zo fan mambota zo maadzik pes no taza tia kontra ilay nay
na no senior recta lekda angin waktu para votación na
Maulik keno na idea.
Un update mo no magagomo ko independent par statehood free association.
Oh, nay.
Sana punaudan na magti votasyon sa Tiawam istay pamabutay gobyerno sa ni Tinidor.
Agosto no? Agosto pare. Agosto i-premier. No, i-premier primary.
Dili man na sauna no sa no dilisuta ay.
Untuk apa?
Itamoro mi na tempo kimegagay.
Nay, piling Jawa na bemente aloki na anggen para ta konsigi na isti nisita lay lokwi i man taw-tawta na ni man gaigi gano gi manat kilo na istaw na mucho mas si taw-to kongreso na lay si moilan lo fananti duda ju na fabot gwe nesti na napatatsonik sti independente si istaw politika sa kalanjadza niya ha na paratafan na istaw dos Unidos. Siguro enigi natatano no este na kongreso.
Hungga na comprenda lo wala na tutun sa agenti tatutun. Isina manodan tentu.
Mon tutsina de un taluluwa gatu gipito ma magay na no. Piling magay sa hunggan esta bula sa fuerzas ni makike tsornik esti. Za manita mo na sa hita ni manot natibo na debi di tatsogistis da tafan gay fuerzas sinya taalog da tafan mataotsung gila masa da para munga na agyong banda na tratamento.
Pues aji lelek mo piling na maulik gi para esti Agosto no gi 2026 maulik para mana halum esti na question no ni para
estige na muna udisea na udiade no na ilano sa askatu CHamoru da mam ni istano tara
nay
da independent malagon na pulo da usigi independent mga na pahista ni CHamoru patabota Kasi malago masya ma-record no para kapalis.
Ako mo ma-register, no?
It's just independent push. Maulit?
Zangin ma-register, no? Unregistered voter.
Ma-registra.
Registra.
Hindi naman bota.
Ngan, enigi esta klaro na para Taiwan, no? Sa tisinya esta makontrahit gikotinay na tisinya na para CHamoru ha. Lo ekwalay hafa na Taiwan, no? Na sa para otro siya na natono na siya na man bobota para siya lamon afa pago na patafan na fanano say ni suka manhagas gini lo bula gini manhagas sa gini piling sa angin senzanya na isti na tono na debi din tungo loki ifino itano sa bula gini manasaga gini sa hagasa gini manamam lo
hagasa na
lo titi ifanogit sa mo ifanogit sa moro ha tiningon niya
Tagwini no ay dinansyaw pare Tagwini no piling dinansyam zo sa ezi animan halum Maricano no da matsuli bandera gi Espanyol no gi 1898 no gi 1898 pues ezo na familia man staba gwini azigi todo zi mangaisimiza zangin si Nonambia Tatambiu no man staba gwini gi ezo na sokan pues todo ezo na simiza azigi sina man mambota gi para pumaadzi afa na staw ezi lelek mo no kumpay ko
enigi ezi madetermina sta na hazi siya sinya manbota manay na China siya ni man mafanyago antes di dan después di aktu agano tu dan linilis niya enigi siya sinya manbota esta no klaro sa fanan si abogado Mike Phillips ano kumontra da na klaro na tiin sasangan na CHamoru ha lo edzo siya ni man mafanyago dan linilis niya durante eno na tempo
iman mafanyago pa guzi man matu ginin tegno taluk Filipinas no iman matu nasi Cam Rojas piling pues ezi man
no panar ki Cam Rojas na Rizal
Unggan, kasi man matu gwi na gi 45 no. Sige pari lelek mo, man matu ay tisina zo man mambota no. Man matu pero fan hut not na no.
Maanay man not.
No, unggan izo piling lelek mo right. Kasi izo tisina taalo no fa mambota. Lo zangin no gaipat gun gi sanhizo. Kasi izo na patgun sinya no.
Nigi banti.
Tagwi lelek mafanyago antes di i aktu organiko. Kalantagwi?
Yeah, EA. And nigi
Tagano na na kompetisyon antes de no tempo.
Fesa lelek mo pari discrimination no i zangin para fan mambota gini ki Agosto da para mana set bi salapi i gobyerno ezo pago na makokontra lelek mo no na debi di todwa o fan mambota sa salapi i nilahzan ni lo zangin i otru banda na papit no hita no put hemplo no hita para tagastay para tana magwaha para baloto kasi na baloto hita tagastazi na lo sina no manggagit gi lese tagwi na lahan na gagyo no piling kasi na papit no gagi yung banda nan malago mambota gi tres na pon ekis si tres no zilelek mo i free association fes ito sanya ti para halong gi baloto i primary election pa di general right okay na papit no
sanya sa na apa di
kahon yeah ito pa gui zangin ito na kahon matulu gi universidad sa pro matufeng sempre ta lui i empleo sa staba gini si lutas si Senyora Maria Pangilinan gimapus no za menta na.
Pues Joe, piling si Dus Mosilay ni nagangun son tatalufan sa estatalo Matiora za si Isa na tatanya magi gidahita debirita na falafan este siya na mensahe no.
Ay tunga no nangara kokano lai
atis
Sandia.
Okay, kusakan ni Sandia.
Manayo kokano lai kanagaw no.
Pesesta si dot tanyo din namo da. Da munga 911 no guato gi. Está? Pues enough más dan sentada más. Si dos más si piling ta conseguiste na programa gi después de SDC na mensahe.
Shout out to our friends over at McDonald's. Join their growth and build your career with them. McDonald's is hiring. Visit the hiring fair on Saturday, August 23rd, 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. upstairs at the McDonald's Harmon restaurant. And now for your local headlines with the Mariana's Business Journal with Skylar Obispo.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Mariana's Business Journal. The head of the Coastal States Organization says federal funding for coastal management is holding steady, but agencies are facing cuts and Guam should prepare for uncertainty. In fiscal year 2024, coastal zone management grants were valued at $81.5 million, and in that year, Guam received about $1.1 million in CZM grant funding. Executive Director Derek Brockbank spoke at the 10th Assembly of Planners Symposium yesterday, saying that Congress has kept funding for programs like NOAA level with last year, despite proposals for major reductions. But agencies are downsizing. NOAA has already cut about 30% of its staff, while FEMA is scaling back mitigation programs. Brockbank said that priorities in Washington for CZM funding are shifting away from environmental justice and resilience and moving towards supporting industry and aquaculture. He urged territories to stretch existing federal dollars, have plans ready when new funding opens, and look to alternative sources like the Department of Defense. In more news, the Fisheye Marine Park will be undergoing some renovations to its underwater observatory starting September. According to the company in a statement last week Tuesday, the park will be replacing 8 viewing windows of the observatory, marking the first ever renovation of its kind since the nearly 30 years of its opening. Akihiro Tani, general manager of Fisheye, says that the refurbishment is an investment in the guest's experience. The refurbishment was originally scheduled for early 2020, but was delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
CBS News Brief. Coastal North Carolina and Virginia will be the first areas hit by Hurricane Aaron's storm surge and riptides. Janine and William Gray live along North Carolina's Wrightsville Beach.
Don't risk it. Yeah. Don't risk it. Have fun, but be smart.
You can't really see it when you're just on the beach. Keep an eye on the lifeguards. Keep an eye on the flags.
State House Democrats in Texas cannot leave the Capitol without the company of security personnel. CBS's Nadia Cavazos tells us that's so a quorum can allow Republicans to redraw congressional maps.
They're staying within the Capitol grounds so that they don't have to be escorted 24/7. This is their way of protesting. But essentially, they're going to be there for this vote, and these maps will go through for the state of Texas.
Sean Muse was posing with a shark he caught off Boca Grande, Florida, when the shark took advantage of the moment and bit him in the leg.
It's unfortunate, but it's something that happens when you go, it happens sometimes. Luckily, he only took a little bit of me, and not a lot.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patty Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for 2 at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
Bolt your doors, lock your windows, turn off your lights, and come with me into the Weird Darkness. I'm Darren Marlar, the host of Weird Darkness, every Thursday night from 6 to 8 here on Wave 105.1. Every week on Weird Darkness, you'll hear 2 hours of stories of the paranormal, supernatural, legends, lore, crime, conspiracy, mysterious, macabre, unsolved, and unexplained. Weird Darkness, this Thursday night at 6 on Wave 105.1.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event, is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Now it's that time for your Real Deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 1 if you're passing the Assam Beach Park heading northbound to the intersection in front of the governor's office. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Agotnya if you're heading northbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Heavy traffic on Route 16 in Barragata if you're heading to the intersection near the Guam of Revan Tags. Traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to lane closure, leaving only the right lane open. So So be on the lookout for that. Plan accordingly or take alternate routes. And now for your traffic advisory. For the week, the DPW contractor will continue grass cutting at the following locations between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., weather permitting. Route 1 Marine Corps Drive to Muning Dedito Jigo, Route 15 Manilao Jigo, Route 3 NCS Dedito. The DPW asks motorists to please proceed with caution and remain alert for traffic control signs and work crews. And that is your Real Deal Traffic Report here on the Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Canafanelos, tabire tati, giprogramata, Zawa Loki na babe, saluda, imana tungo siya. Si Donna Wan dan si Tony and Maneku kamdo. Saludo para hamdo na dos ni manggagi papagano kita tamuning na si sinatalog para manamko no imanay na. Especialmente Loki para imanyeta dan imanyetu siya si Josefa, si Aviana, si Jay ni primer dia eskwelanya katita kita kaduzidu. Dan si Dean senzan niya siya inyeta dan nyetu eskwelanya. Talomos para si Imani, si Eli, si Alex, si Liam, si Heidi Bo, Dakota dan Drake. Dan si Emilia Emmy, agaw mami na dos tudo dia. Jamusumas para Famogonu, si Ching, si Von, si Ellie Jo, si Evita, si Julianne, Ron, dan si Jessica, gida Hawaii. Jawa lokin na bimenta imane luta siya isangkatan siya na isla. Da luta tinian dyan sa ipan. Gato gidaluta si Lidzang 6'2", dyan ipamalo siya na manatungo giisla si Sangkatan. Jawa lo kinababimenti ikumailek ko si Lisa dyan si kampailek ko kiyan gidza Eva Beach Hawaii. Nga na Fanelos dyan ano siya ni manekungog loki gidza Zigo si Jacinta. Dyan papa siya gidza Ganya Heights si Terry Delgado Mendiola Perez. Estige siya maneluhu. Manay kung gini na programa. Unggen na Fanelos, ta kontinua i programa. Manay kung kamju gi programan CHamoru kada Mitkulis gi oran alas 4 gi pasao italoani esta las 6 gi pupuengi. Basta kontinua i programata isa kana pago gay na konta no si Pari Bisita.
E
abogado. Consiguió, señor abogado. Saludo para Hago.
Hafa Adai dan saluda para hamzu genau. Biba si Pires ti pabay faisen hamzu kontungo. Hafa esti na mes inaanya gifinut CHamoru ay ti Agosto sa Fino Espanyol ito. No gifinut CHamoru untung Hafa.
Gaya tu apa tu ko ya.
Gagi gilip blue.
Mai mo pat mano tu.
Pauly Roman de Vera no.
Tenhus. Engan.
Ako na mes na usay sa pagtosupay tito usay do ko tenhus shoes.
Ada lah pit.
Maulik na medikun palabras ti abogado. Zana pumula. Fes TEN no?
TNE.
Yeah.
So IE.
TNHOC. Gi alfabeton CHamoru na ini gi ma sige ne parino na yon di papet ne pongket tingu ma pronunciamnya i alfabeto i sonidunya i letra si atalo
Fes mes no kalansataan mes sataan i tenhus kalantay
ay tenhus son leknya
pues fuera de tenhus shoes usay di zapatos goma
pues después gi September na lumamlam Oktubre Fagualo, pues November sumongsong, pues December umadangan, dan Enero umagahaf. Pero siya mag-sustansya.
Guarda si apa itu
Chesi na pulan.
Mes gi na pulan unggan.
Putpulan na pa rin naman malalagwen.
Chesi na pulan.
Na pulan yan nigi fanhaan ni dan pulan i manatibo. Tigileleg niya si. Unyo totok ya no gi nasuki malafan programa kita ni stabak papa kita tomom usasangan todo i fetsa pari ki ansyano na bandalo kalan na tau to deno sa kalang bulan man timan pazon deno ni lo bolo jata tsogi talo no tasinya sa ti matolalakay dia
Esti familia, uno ana familia tinengohu sti familian Cruz gida Santa Rita, ina anya no familian Pulan. Laguana nunggu kitu familian Pulan?
Ja Cruz na familia sanya brand no, brand ni.
Lo minisia dan siya Galaidi papa no. Ja si brand nai lo kui familian Galaidi tu gimagay. Lo matulay kay uno gimanielo mafanaan gui si one brand. Lo gimagay din na Cruz Galaidi no adan tanaguan lo kwi.
So anyways, tanagan.
Pulan, wahagi Pulan.
Esti familian Pulan ni. Si Tun Hussein Pulan. Mafanaan gui Pulan sa Go Dongklu ya tadoknya.
Malak tagi.
Kalan Pulan na do sa tadoknya.
Kalang walafun i atadoknya.
Unggan pud guiza ha zani singko na famagornya mafanaan na familian Pulan. Uno na familia.
Estaja, enggak tano ungu kena familian Pulan.
Malik bay faisin ya bugao.
Tahu Santa Rita tumunggo siya.
Okay, fe Santa Rita za malik bugao na gagyaw sa no i kalani costumbre ni Marianas no sinatawag na Piot Santa Rita kana todwa guma manggay gaynaan no
esta fa kanta
fes no August sa todung man studyan ni costumbrin tao sa ni aksyon no kalan man dipusi man kasya CHamoruta distiya na Espanyol o akatsa of the time
onggan na sa Pareho dan ocho siya na nasyon ni man mahonyo. Na kolonisa. Tatsalik ilinala sa edwa sinya na talala na tafanlala angin para tatgin may sahit.
Okay. Put no.
Pues edzigi na guahalik sino English sense of humor edi siya na klasin tauto ni makolonisa edi mahohonyo na klasin tauto na. Yeah. Man maagod zait. Para apa ditapuni no?
Nasunggan magait familian Pulan. Lai tawad za. Lo debidita mentino siya na familia magait sa enigi naman Imalofan tempo na isti manay nata na magoftungo lay i familia tot kumu inaan ni familia. Mengkay loki para maata na i matan niya na pare. Wana bay na magoftungo i pudi i posisyon niya ha i mataon niya i prohimo.
I mapus una tendia i familian Sablon no hagatnya.
Unggan. Lo titago tiamam sa gao sa sumugwa jo sa gua 8 tinaneo gina dia.
Oh, pues ezun na familia i Sablon i distihali sta i Ramas. Gua bula man mafanaan tegweno i tasongan ni Cruz no ni Galaidi.
Yeah.
No.
Gua donggan gua bula gua gihilo or hulo gida sida mai uhungo dos na familian Sablan ni familian Apaka dan familian Aktilong.
Okay. Benti po di lasas niya no.
Unggan nai. Azi man matsotsu galam aircon azi man matsotsu ujung gi gwalo.
Esta. Pues ezun na tendi ni kaya gotnya sempre lamigay no na kalanta aluk na pud Ramas tegweno sa Isablon loki lahazan no.
Logi magay na pago na tempo para fa di tapuni mingay niya itatauta mangay gigisan lago.
Zigit
Lilia kada sakan familia man hanaw uhaso na dikikyo hasan nun hungog pud familia mo ni man gigisan lago solo man militar.
Padman eskwela.
Lo pago na tempo Masya Hafa, United Airlines, utungos din na familia, i untelu no uno gi manielu, tutuni zonya no agang roofing company guato Oklahoma, pues makonya todo familia todo manielu tani famagun, mananaw guato no Oklahoma zaman gaigi gato.
Sablan na familia o
ay no familian
Lot CHamoru.
Apa tu nu mesti Tagalog lo es
na Sigüenza o
Tagenao lo todo gi familia kalan mabuo ka gini magi Guam da manhanaw tu no Oklahoma.
The Atuf.
Pues puede talo di gida Washington o factais di familia Tovis. Mangay gito dudu familia niya da no faisen hafta manu na man matu Washington lenya fineni na uno gi Manilo hatsagi da danya pues ana receive on the tax hakoni uno gi Manilo niya pues talo kada sakan an man receive on the tax man ma apasiji ko ato itikin niya familia pues in fin no fanan onsi na Manilo man mananaw ko ato pa Washington. Pwede ginawa na
Pwede finit na siyempre familian Atuf.
Unggan na.
Sina na itagian tolo kan.
Apa tu penan four times na CHamoru man gaiki no Amerika kino ni man gaiki kini Guam
Migay niya.
Zaidzi Tovis ni manggagi like mo Washington no man kumisyanti
lo Pete abogay agon na pudi mi gilago loki na no mamaw gilago lo hafamod ko mangi niya no ginigita no tano
Unggan pero guato
kaya
pa na kung tutusisti tao na unggan mangi guato na gitnanay CHamoru lo manuusa tres na jacket dan kwatro na medyas
pues angin man manununam zo gigi sanizong gig todo di siya i magagumuman pinaw aso loki no pero malumo gima talo lo mangi na gini sa mangi todo i natagwini ni Sina kanu ni mana tataga todo no
gimagait basang ano masama no guato California, Washington, Texas, kun todo Florida and Georgia, Utagi. Toda na usyenti na tanohu.
Anigi.
Edzigi na debi na bibgaigi. Ombis anay umano jo pa saipan and tinyan no mangi na lugar lo parewa na sinenti. Ti lugar tu sti ti tanohus ti sagahus ti
nancho Enigi.
Ombes gayud zigo pagos dak. Kalan maninintyo na ti lugat justisan. Tau hoga to da. Ti sinyaw li ginin gumaw ti sinyaw li tasi da. Edigi antes nay tori tempo man gaygam ki kantun tasi.
Esta si Isa at sitsit si Isa sta na Oran la 5.
Pues está, señor, pues si sus masi ni
Está abogado ta continua.
Si sus masi, tan ungan manelu.
Gracias.
Tatabire tatigi después de este siya talo na mensahe.
KGUM FM, Dedido. The talk of Guam is Wave 105 FM.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. The National Hurricane Center says Hurricane Erin, now moving at 100 miles an hour as it moves toward the East Coast, will pick up both speed and power as it gets closer. Correspondent Meg Oliver is at the Jersey Shore, which is already feeling Erin's approach.
We've seen a dramatic shift in conditions here along the Jersey Shore. Winds are picking up, waves are easily at least 10 feet high, and we're still a couple days out before Hurricane Erin passes by here. Red flag warnings are in effect. Governor Murphy is asking people to stay out of the water all week long. There are dangerous rip currents. One lifeguard described the ocean as a washing machine.
Severe heat will stretch Wednesday through Saturday in Los Angeles, expected to be the hottest heat wave of the summer. Meteorologist Dr. Eric Cohen has a reminder about intense heat and vehicles.
Temperatures in vehicles in this kind of hot environment can quickly rise to lethal levels with only a matter of minutes. So never leave anyone unattended or any pets or people unattended in a vehicle.
President Trump told Fox News Tuesday he'd rather that Russian President Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky meet with each other first before he might join them. One question is where such a Putin-Zelensky meeting might take place, as Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes tells us.
CBS News has confirmed that Budapest, Hungary, is being eyed as a possible site for what would be historic talks between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The two men have met only once before, in Paris in 2019, 2 years before Putin invaded Zelensky's country and laid claim to much of eastern Ukraine.
President Trump told Fox News that we have his assurance that the U.S. troops will not be sent to help defend Ukraine against Russia. The Kremlin has been quiet about Putin's plans for any meeting. Allegations of sexual abuse are roiling the U.S. gymnastic community again, with the arrest last week of former gymnastic coach Sean Gardner on a charge related to child pornography. CBS's Lana Zock reports, according to the criminal complaint, there have been previous complaints.
Sean Gardner taught young girls at Child's Gymnastics and Dance Institute between 2018 and 2022. It's an elite academy in West Des Moines where gold medalists Gabby Douglas and Shawn Johnson had trained years earlier.
Last week, the FBI arrested Gardner on a charge related to child pornography.
But according to the FBI's criminal complaint, at least 2 young gymnasts had previously reported Gardner for sexual and physical abuse.
S&P Global Ratings reaffirms its AA plus U.S. credit rating, saying revenue from tariffs will offset tax cuts. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
And the winner is a tomato in Boston.
It's not the Oscars exactly, but it is the Oscars of tomato growing.
Congratulations.
I was witness to the 40th annual Massachusetts Tomato Contest, where Pia Tomasello took home top honors in the cherry tomato category.
It's a lot of hard work. I don't really even quite know how I do it. I also work a full-time job on top of this, so...
19 farms were competing for the hardware, and some of these entries look like something you'd harvest on an alien homeworld. From bright orange rippling monsters the size of pumpkins to purple and green thumbs that ooze juice. Kyle Schaffel for CBS News, Boston.
Singer, actor, and reality TV star Tamar Braxton said she almost died in a weekend accident that she does not remember. Braxton posted on Instagram that a friend found her in a pool of blood with a fractured nose, missing teeth, and loss of mobility. She wrote, "I don't even know what happened to me," and "Thank you, God, for waking me up." Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Here for the community. Wave 105 FM.
Good afternoon. It is 5:09 p.m. and that is your time check on the bright side on Wave 105.1 FM.
Get ready to fuel up and save for your next adventure. For a limited time, Bank of Guam customers can enjoy 5% off fuel when you use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card at Shell stations on Guam and the CNMI, keeping your engine running and your wallet happy this summer. No codes, no coupons. Just use your Bank of Guam Visa debit card and save 5% today. Don't wait. The offer ends October 15th, 2025. Visit bankofguam.com for promotion details. Bank of Guam, the people's bank. Member FDIC.
You are tuned into Wave 105.1 FM. On the bright side, but with a special segment every Wednesday for Oran Fino CHamoru by the CHamoru Studies program with your hosts, Matao Ronald Laguana, Zanzi David Herrera. Every Wednesday from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can listen to us on our website, thewave105.com, or watch us live on YouTube, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. If you want to join the conversation, please call us at 671-922-1051 or 2. You can also send us your comments on WhatsApp at 671-922-1051. The Bright Side is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Code School of Guam. Learn, code, and lead the island's first coding boot camp. Your future in tech begins with us at Code School of Guam. GTA, we start with you. Micropack is open at their Timoning and Mall location. Make sure to follow their Instagram at Micropack671 and Micropack Inc. on Facebook for exciting deals and promotions. Sentinel Security Solutions, delivering operational excellence and protective services across commercial, industrial, and residential sectors. Sherwin-Williams, rain's coming fast. Are you ready? Defend your home with Sherwin-Williams Loxin. Engineered for Guam's dry to wet season shift. Built tough, made to last. Protect what matters today and ask Sherwin-Williams. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Now it's time for your real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Hagåtña if you're heading northbound to the intersection near the Chief Kapua Park. Slow traffic on Route 1 into Munning if you're heading north or southbound to the intersection near the John F. Kennedy High School. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Pavement striping and marking activities will continue along Route 1 from Route 8 to Ulupang Beach Tower in Hagåtña from tomorrow, Thursday, August 21st to Friday, August 22nd. Work hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Intermittent lane closures in both directions are expected during work hours. Motorists are advised to plan accordingly and proceed with caution. And that is your real deal traffic report here on the Bright Side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Hafa Adai CHamoru Usai lengua hinizu Wani masasang anati importante Mungatadi nasu sa ilengwahi Kulan tau san hijung hinason mizu Zaman fifino English story tempo
Again, Avadelos, Tabiray Tati, Iprogamata, Hunggan Magahit, na Lalalay Finota, Ipalabras niya, Gininas Jojo Garrido, Claro Danagang Maniluhu, Ifino niya nakadadia, Tanasetbis Tifinota, kada kantannya Diduk Zanggay Sustansya. Especialmente na saludo para este siya, imane luta siya ginet nun lalahing guahan. Ana iman hunta pago, mas pare membro direktor, membro ni men halum da manayna, dan para man membro officiat siya, dan membro ni generat. Saludo loki pare imane luta ginasyon CHamoru. Di siya ni mandadaw da manggirero, para hagut sa luta Debbie, Rumbo, Pagat, Offing, Hegaw, Kathy, Jan Aniti, Kalahi, si Duku, Kaduku, sinahi, dani pumalo siya na Guerrero, dani mamatak nga siya naman ni luta. Especialmente talo na salutasyon para iman ga tongta siya mang classmate tagi JFK 77 para Auguste Lily, Jerry, Helen, Sylvia, Dolly, Arlene, Lou, Mary, Anita, Pete, David, Ton, Dado, Dan, Jesse, Donald, Felix, dan si Rosie. Hunggan maneluhu, la continua. Lominagol dan saludo para todo lo que iman lancero lai parita songan na si Brian dan si Subrinuta si Romy. Brian, hunggan in mentia hujung iti puntomo celo. Importante no maajuda. Todo siya i mangguagwalo. Pues na famos. Dan sentazamos. Tag continua no pare.
Hunggan.
Si Diyos Mosi no isa ni unayam chansa para ben saluda esti siya ni Mane ekungo. Pues ni tanay alam ungat pare
si luta si Ben.
Ya Ben ni tatagi gi line 1 Ben. Gayo gi Irish senyor.
Ben.
Boy.
Buenas, Chetlu.
Hoy.
Si kuku kaduku ni nadu ni di PTSD.
Ay.
Gan.
Lo mal sa
Masyarakat di boto nagoma lang logo pa dok kaso sa mega unido
Malik sa brobuhawa Chetlu.
Ay tasya panani panasina siya dana ay nama manokka dan isita to akka tapti.
Malik dan menhalu mi todi puntomu ni kada gayo gi airi bula puntu za sizus masi.
Legnas ni Martin Luther King lang na matumikaw tapti.
Oo.
Apa na magagasa tuloy tempo ko sina man manoy masya 60-40 na siya 60 hita 40.
Tatalabira za hita 60 siya 40.
Abi lo lana niya pa man zero it pa ni
Bibi Bullet.
untuk ni papenek gue ni komun pagolum da ni mambat kumbida papa patapan ni apa pasya todo kalan todo na mandi shopping man time malo niya takno siya no shopping so da takasta o kanapen pega tam da todo ana la bigay kini manisita jududan ana ni jududan mai sandu esta bain nama iya kuling na dia la sa pasin sokku mengo susogin sa na bububit dana lai sta togu man dana man eskwela pura doctor degree and master degree and PhD degree da dana man palelewa na sunia apa naman sa genom ju genom man farobit
Y legislatura, ¿no?
Nobody left behind him. Talesta todo unita. Kung sino man na-relocate na siya pa sa Pakyan, doon kumupi ba ang tamang-taba sa radio station di Papi.
Okay.
O panapahamza, todo man, lana, lay, ano ba siya, si Jata na lolo, o pagkatasobi siya. Daan siya, panoin, in bottom job nung, like na si Reagan, like na we the people, for the people, by the people, like na my island, my people, my money, destinayan na domustin na sloppy to domu, gani bangku domu.
Ben, gizad yun sasangan po di sa lapi, no?
Like na yun mo, like na di na po that, but lana like is a national duty. Oh, but lana like pasti naman tagini gini dia si toga na lalong sa tengju istinokso mamadimon to do anyway lana dispenser la ni naju ne TTHD
tazak ba maulik
pamilan kaduku
unega i legislatura po ezi salapi ni ma dibibidi para hospital unekungog na yun
is like making pocket double without the pork room.
Okay. I-pork baru siya sasangan na i-project siya, no? Ni, para i-DOE za ni hospital lilig mo, no, Ben?
Lana, like, pura kwentus itapaguti matumita man po matubiyan.
Lomanai sa Timizon i-hospital gimapos na simana. Unliya na ma-proponi, no, za ma-accept na. Pero manai Guam Memorial maybe meet talo na maumenta unungo ka gisabalo no
dan yung content stop yung pag sino man na panood ni setu
duro man na zalaka gi papa
después
duro man ya peste matungo man lang mo na disappear reappear dan manona pes dana yung talentado na mamalian di sloppy ko sino lang ni
nige na ben na ti mana formolik lagi papa na tanan na no zabula lay lumili sa manaano kano siya gi telebigbig na tinatolog za gwa siya man alala di mangangasi mamumuka rujo manedi man asalagi na that's suranya lay no para suranya no
anyway pantulan na dos na sige apa bidan mimizu sa dia kung si Zeus papa ni gagilu sa bindisip todo sa tapan molik sa tapan nola tapan dami tapan ni tapan mitgut
molik na puntos siya na hahalom sa Distas Martin Luther King un mementa si John F. Kennedy maulik zomo historia maulik kakat ga si Zeus Masi
enggak sepa si Zeus Masi kano ka duku enggak ne mentiawa gi manelo
si Zeus Masi
celu tastigi Nacion CHamoru
okay celu biba para hogu ben
esta si Zeus Masi enggak magay bonito pontonnya sa magay di legislatura ne just dia banana sasangan na kananti mana afa maulik gi papa la za bulan ay lumili no za piore zi unu na puntu pari zi para ma zi na masongan na na ti para masuportisti siya na programa ni CHamoru ni. Lo esta man klaro na ti guida mismo maeumok it CHamoru. Sa pare di
programa no.
Ana nigi siya ikip din ni para maamot CHamoru siya ni CHamoru siya na organ na ahensya dan division siya. Lo maulik si senadora na hana kloro sige like niya. Pes malah na panalo mes tipid seluta pago
si James.
Si Jesus masi taro kaduku. Pes James senyor gay ko ari pago. Kunsigi. Hoy.
Buenas James. Kloro zanagang sila.
Nanalay udan sila sa tungafa. Kalau aku na dos pa senador, masya ang opisina senador, pas masya gobernador dan segundo gobernador.
Estador.
Si Jesus masi nino na.
I know, Dave.
Ay.
Tungau, Dave, maleta sesu maleta stalo. You know what? Como ti hamzu na dos na sambi sa managang hamzu dan direksyon mo na. Dan isita no tau ni wini di puputehi water dari katura. Dolani lai na mego lai dan jagad ini dos pabasangan lo enggan sudah kada dia mego ni di public hearing di legislature di budget ni Kasi Senator Teresa lahi lai ugot admire lai na palaan
yan
mampus tomtum za bisa loki ato tete ilai para itaneta dan ikatura
yan
lo anay masanga para pumanay na si Guam Memorial na ni $35 million.
Gan magart.
Ilegag na si Teresa kontra na si amendment ni para maulo na pagkasuli si nasarapi. Sa ulo na banda ki legislatura, wet si Chris Duenas, asasangan na gagyo ni salapi. No, 4 siya na senador, di 8 banda lilinga. Ang gagi na Hafa na sita, lili isalap. Hafa na po na preba, na po na 35 million is put out. That is not, phantom money is not real. Ano na po matsuli no na salapin Para po masiga, mapasa siya na line po di budget hearing, the project obli.
Dinancho.
Bula gini po panipekta gini po di si budget sa bula mamamasin na Department 2 ni Masa Lapi ni po mamanai siya para po palago Junior Department Agency. So tayo mano na ang gintada sa Lapi. Dawa na babaylayang ju 20 billion ang sinya ang kwa. So ang gintada sa Lapi na mano. Sige ko may kilig na si Turi.
Dinancho.
Dulu lai magomay palaan lai ni pudi da anay amel si donya na ini pada pu mamangbotan mapedi lai si Tiri. So it's under a Republican administration. Da Paraguay na Dave and Ron pa ni si politika ni hadi pudi Republican o Democrat anesta maboto halu ni tao itano. Sebi tau itanu dan sobi Hafa iminalik. Para pusijit mo na data tito na si data na bonito. Lo alane kulang katong dalago lai di TV.
Esta na kada dia no talili.
Kada dia talili at na ginigap na neto director ni budget si Carlson
Lester
Carlson. Lana boy na magamentum si Chris. Last year si Chris. Makikita kayo palabra back in the 36 legislature di pudi mapasa di pudi budget sa makikid waduk tayo manu na tadza sa lapi talo ni na di para po lebih si kwentu sa pudi siya budget director dan si Steve Guerrero dan ikaw siya si talo manggagi ko
right
tala sa po siya pago na po masama na pulisya no director Hafa na monggi na hamzut kum samasana na gwa sa lapilot kino ling ninyam din. They're only going by what they have. The Lester Carlson ginin director under the Coward administration Pero Mauro Messias lu akonya talu sa tunga ba tati malaki na tauto na Kasi tautan ti malati ti ana puwet sagan sa lopi. Si Debbie do manaholo mo BMB. Ba tungo si apa sastanga para si Steve Guerrero. Matunga ako masastanga. Lopo makeket no ablabisi ko siya ne. Sige talot chu.
Gan.
Wala nila nabubulay pa zombi mega man ni Nobel resusang ngani Nobel kulana. Mas man red blue pa magungi elementary na pamati nesi sani man do ni man esta man gay tato. Lana may lang TV na madagdagay siya. So, wow na Ron and Dave ata na siya umot na ni. Sa wow na anay pagguno na tibay dayang do Republican yam ko. So tumapay lang niya yam ko na 18 ano siya. Ano pago boy doon sa register doon bota. Ito ka dala pa bota lang na. Sa hamjus tinay boy na man bota hamjus sa jangin man bota hamjus no tega hazum haji malagob mo. Bes se pius pia mo na ni pay manalit. Pago dan ninti man bota na ila si jamu bidan niya ki halum ki jebi dun sangan apa sa you didn't exercise your right.
Magahi.
Kasi ako na sa sangangan nyo na niya ang hindi boy Republican no lo yung sangangan nyo po pan bota Republican. Yung sangangan nyo na po bota Democrat. Bota haji para po nila. Mali kasi tanota para iba magonta dyan iman mapatu pa magonta talo. La lekulana la si Jus Martineno dice 18 años esta gallo gi 60 man boboto kada bribe election kada na umise du solo gallo o palo no obisesi yuni pago 18 gilasio le kuboy para you turn 18 hano papa pa GCIC buildings on register proof and bota the kudal I'm not going to be here. It don't matter, but just register, and when the time comes and you come back, you know, because para new, para siyang din.
Absentee,
and everything that they do affects us here in our island.
Unggan magkataon na, no?
Lana, wait ko lang baban. Gunano siya, magagigi halom lang.
Zamali.
Bulag ta aatan. Lagwaw ti bobota siya sa pudilana gining gobyerno si tatana gining senador si tatana o nananya. No, ti enom bi. You don't vote by popularity.
Atan ni menolek niya no bidada niya paitano.
Padra. Leku gwaw na yung hanggang susangong lagi siya magunta dyan isibinuta si binasa leku Bota haji punina maulik kasi doon maulik ang tensyon niya. Sige mas para hamju siya pita pa hamju pa hamju. So dan di man bota na hamju na din kamu sumastangan mungalo magabento na sa sama sa timan bota.
Kamu gogonggong.
Angin instan realize na legislatura sa wasya man lani career politician. Langos ano siya. Ni tanapan halu man siya man mebu. Siya saging
Inmebu na skoba no Brother James no.
Unggan de.
Yeah.
Tatalaika boy regular sa Bob sa.
Tatsagi na sa dinancho azi 32 milyon taza gi account ni finomo si kausun jan si Guerrero no ilenya gaya i account lo taza gi lumbat di.
Teresa lai na kay mami na pun fan bota gini gi floor ni pumapas sina lai ni taza sa lapi.
Dinansi molik non lii sa megay umega zu tima lii todui i faktu no za dinancho na taza
da maadika lai apa day malagunya lai pumahungo da igi nay muna pan ni igi todo na man lasi nay na gini gi pago gi islaka watalo to lai ang piso tunga na mamalay oras sa pa day commercial lo
Consigi senor
go ahead molik shoot songan tal
ti mo sa no palogo pa na dos pa senador
si Zeus
Waba ba songan pude si earlier na comment sa aga sa malago malum lo pudi bisi lai.
Consigi.
Sa mano si organic agi 1959.
Yeah.
Ombi si FB Leon Guerrero si Carlos Taitono sa si DJ Bordazo. Sa na man hono gatu no Washington DC. Sinalasyo.
Unggan dinancho.
Sa ma di organic sa unggan ileleng mo anybody who came to Guam after 1898 to the president would be a part of that U.S. citizen. So ileg na Estados Unidos na este Organic Act para binayam din ng citizen Estados Unidos. Lo hapa na na punayam. Dala na. Sina man bota pa presidente. Sina Kongreso malum pa Kongreso man bota sa he's just decorating the chair.
Right.
Tagang bino
fitsa.
sa Kongreso. Please leg na eminent domain. Sina malum gini Amerikano at any time sa ninisita tanong niyo, masulit tanong mo. Esang bigyan ni masogi, unti di anay makpigera di sa World War.
Kada matsuli lamita.
So those bandas sinanaw dan tataw man masulit tanong niya. Kanya, perfecto man manayam tati bula pa gini kamuruta mabibendi tano. So kumikele ko na Dave and Ron is the Organic Act made us U.S. citizen. Hafa na anileleg mo sina man halong masya hadi gini option na rasan tauto mamaman tano. So that's how the Organic Act was written.
Right.
A Commonwealth of the CNM of the Northern Marianas Islands. Sisina or hadi na rason o panhalong gigitano niya da mamaman tano.
Dinansi Prewan Palau
Commonwealth, you cannot purchase any property in the Commonwealth. Solo Punakila. They lease it to you, but they cannot sell you. That a Commonwealth na CNMI, until di man CNMI, exact na ilasi dan direkso ni bidan niya ginigitano mami. They didn't want to be like us.
Dinansi. Parewan Palau Luki Mastudo.
Nana, pabaysogi no, tagi guam ka pes, man matungad, magi, asan ay sino? Kahane, kada, vacant lot, ginigi, vilit, or masya, mano, uspipe, mona, hadi si gaido da taketse ko malago mamambendi. Kita na hindi man sumolo.
Onga.
Sana ko, conforme malofano talo, lana, guat sinus na naman hasa giguma. Tay mano na estile.
David manapora no.
Bisita manapora. Kana si direksyon bino si Debbie no like.
Dati tatungo ko enemigo. Spy.
The Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Guam and Guam are the only territory of the U.S. where senior home mano patanunya sa mamano tano. You don't have to be Puerto Rican, Virgin Islands. You don't have to be. Lo isira mai na mali ito lang na ganot sa. Obviously siya na puro pang halong ginigitan ng mami sa pumakaan ito doon. Sa magokdan sila. Siya mas direct to American Samoa is a territory but is a national. They're not considered U.S. They have to apply for that citizenship. So is Virgin Islands and the Puerto Rico and Guam, there's 5 territories of the United States only. Now, out of the 5, 3 is allotted that anybody, you ska hagjo kalau isko ginin Mars or Venus na gayo, sino mamano tano. Lati na yun, sa hata sa Masedi, no, this is 1950 to the present. Lo hapas si siya legislatura da ni gibenota, na kausalay bidan niya para pumanapara lay, no?
Ti manatatsu na, sige,
Mansin sutsuli sa lapi, bentizi sinuza. Lo mali ay si Isa sa esta si Signuit si Isa na esta ora.
Tama mora.
Brother James, don't kulu.
Gumas. Kimosa no brother, palongo pa lang na doza ben sapot ka ba dos vini pick up by pega sign na siya hard ma.
Tafanita na tres James.
No Hamzu na dan di man got bunat na CHamoru ni panhalong gi at samu matsalalaka ikutura ni lengua.
Nige, unggan.
Gracias.
Si Jesus mo asi ganun salita James Lai.
That's it, Lu James.
Thank you.
Yeah, danko lu eno na animo para hami. Ja hunggan manay lu. Inceluta ju laknu si punto siya ni masusese di gipapag legislatura. Ja hunggan dinansya gay punto ho. Digi lay para wow irespeto gi. Kimana respeta. Irespeto ipunto lo ikinalamtin ti mana arispeta. Za ti purafa lo hagas gijay gehilo si speaker te lahi za tum ambi dan malati so abogao lo kala ne di ma si hinenik sa ha nai ti debi no za kana ma di ma dululak di kana matsonik hujong di na tumatsu si malfunction giza entalui no siya kala ne di mana manman nai palaon nai istot ba insutta pesa hunggan
Lumalik sa gagay espiritu ni Guelo za ni Guela gi corazon niya si former speaker no
dan kanto si malfunction gi si Chris za tana ju tumatatsu loki di celuta si Chris malfunction para i mantaw-taw ta za amentia na loki ang giponsogi na no ajuda man magayat i organisasyon siya ni man natatsu para i diretsu CHamoru lingwahe kultura. Pues esta
si Telo, ya gumanya si Telo dan siya no Paris no talo.
Hunggan.
Ya bugaw fanan no gagi talo gi.
Na yun no, hindi tanangga sa
alalot dit talo.
No, tanangga gi después no. Malingnya tanangga gi después sa esta yora no, ma pesa para abogado ta tipurapa nangga gi después diesti. Pesa si Jesus mosi manilo ni manekungo kamzu. Talo za motiora para tafan respeta sa tanay siya i manaku posisiblisti na programa lugat niya si Jesus Mosi.
CBS News Brief. The National Hurricane Center describes Hurricane Aaron as better organized as it heads towards the East Coast. Michael Brennan is the center's director.
The entire East Coast from South Florida up through the Carolinas, the mid-Atlantic states, up into even northern New England has at least a moderate or even high risk of rip currents.
Will there be a meeting between Russian President Putin and Ukraine's President Zelensky? Correspondent Nancy Cortez.
They are moving full steam ahead. There are meetings taking place across Europe between European leaders and U.S. leaders with the goal of really hammering this out, figuring out what it would look like sometime in the next 10 days.
Former Iowa Olympics gymnastic coach Larry Gardner has been arrested on child pornography charges. CBS's Lana Zach.
Before coming to Iowa, Gardner was accused of abuse in Mississippi. And after his suspension from coaching, he went on to work in a hospital. CBS News has been trying to locate legal counsel for Gardner for comment.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Political status impacts almost every aspect of our lives on Guam, but many are unaware of our right to self-determination and decolonization. What does it mean, and how can it improve our quality of life? Join the conversation, ask some questions, and learn more about your right to self-determination and the 3 legitimate political status options for Guam. Tune in to Challenge the Status Quo every Monday from 10 a.m. to noon on Wave 105.1 FM, presented in partnership with the Commission on Decolonization and Glimpses Media.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
One pill can kill. Fake pills often contain fentanyl. It only takes 2 milligrams of fentanyl, equivalent to a few grains of salt, to be lethal. Fake pills are often sold on social media platforms, making them available to anyone with a smartphone.
Talk early and often to youth about the dangers of misusing prescription drugs and the lethal dangers of counterfeit drugs laced with fentanyl.
Stay informed, stay safe. One pill can kill.
This public service announcement is brought to you by the radio stations of Glimpses Media Group, Wave 105 FM and Power 98.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Now it's that time for your last real deal traffic report here on the bright side. Heavy traffic on Route 4 in Sinhania if you're coming from Hagåtña heading to the intersection near the Central Precinct. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Tamuning if you're heading north or southbound to the intersection that leads to Route 14. Heavy traffic on Route 1 in Upper Tumon if you're heading northbound to the intersection that leads to Route 16. Heavy traffic on Route 16 if you're trying to get to the intersection near the Guam Revenue Tax. Traffic is backed up to the intersection near the Guam National Guard due to lane closure, leaving only the right lane open. So be on the lookout for that, plan accordingly, or take alternate routes if needed. And now for your traffic advisory for the week. Actually, wait one moment. I'll actually report this as well. There's also slow traffic on Route 15 Pagat route if you are heading to the four-way. I think it's the four-way that leads to Carnation Avenue. Also, if you're heading to like Laddie Heights. And then I have your traffic advisory for the week. Construction activities will continue along Route 10 between the Route 4 intersection and Father Duenas from tomorrow, Thursday, August 21st to the 23rd. There will be lane closures between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. on weekdays and 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Saturday. Motorists should expect delays and drive with caution. That is your real deal traffic report here on the bright side, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today at Guam Auto Spot by calling 470 Auto or view their inventory on their website at guamautospot.com. Guam Auto Spot, 470 Auto.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show host, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Maguonta man mabebendi tanumiha Yop mam toza parahita Ofalaihi nason mitu Todo samzuni mandatibu Pan manasuput famagon mitu Setiap memtoza parasya Imamailan natin
Evry, Maneluda Manaynaho. Anunsyo, primer cumpleaños niya finatay mahanahujung paramiguhu, si difunto as Gil Anthony Shinohara. Imisan niya gi dia 17 hasta dia 24, gato gi kapidan na San Teresa, za imisan niya mismo, primer cumpleaños niya, Gi Lunes, dia 25, gi sa Basilica hagapnya. Ili sa Junya gi después. Para ili sa Junya gi oran alas 5:30, gi pupuengi, sa emisanya gi después, gi oran alas 6. Tinatututan memorias para iamiguho si difunto Gio Anthony Shinohara. Ginenhami todo ni manatungo mo, i familia za mucho mas. Ginengwaho za ni familia ko, imanggadi za labuto, za siyasay na Diyos tata, o inasi iyan timu. Mensahe na para si defunto Gio Anthony Shinohara. Zawa lo kinababimenti, para todos ando ni man pescador siya hujung gitasi. Pwede man swet jamzu katsu, batu, putagwi, gas-gas nafun. Fafayid gada alo dyan tori man manyi siya nagwiyan, girubentasyon. Zawa lo kinababesa luda iman maestra dan iman maestro gi eskwela ni publiko sa estiagi mapos na simona na matutun eskwela niya. Para todo lo ki eskwelanti dan iman maestra gi katoliko dan gi hinirat siya na eskwela. Especialmente para todo iman maestra dan iman maestro CHamoru ni man mamanan nagigi Departamento ni Edukasyon, eskwelang publiko siya, elementaryo, eskwelang talo, eskwelang 3 kilo, zanin siya guato loki, gi kuleyon komunidad Guahan, zan gi Universidad Guahan. Mensahe na siya para todo tempo, kamenti, esti siya ni manaekungok, zan ta abibiba iman tau-tau ta. Pues, sige, tanaholan pa ako si abogao, talo abogao.
Fanan ni abogao po di politikat, fanan na stao, no?
Kung sige, senyor, gaygaw gi Airi.
Buenas, abogao.
Gaygaw senyor.
Buenas, talo. Jao bay saluda si Senyor Ben, genau, lo, kontung hazi fineni na dog catcher ginigita ko.
Hazi,
Si Juan Nedadok.
Oh, unggan bulang hagat no nediduk. Oh, estad za.
Nediduk.
Nedadok.
Nedadok.
Usay talata pero koni.
Unggan guiza.
Ay agon lo fuera di ositan. Zao na bay fangwentus didi da diskuti didi podisti estau politika. Ni magwentus saudan si tun Piling.
Right, put favor, ya. Izi man hula, no, mapus, Augusto, izi man swearing.
Ay, estado politika, politiko, status na gini. I Tarota.
Si Melborra.
Megano, ti man preciso, ni na asunto, pwede estado ta.
Okay.
Za, untung Hafa, Paraguay na inatano dan hinasoko hafa na preciso.
Matutinya.
Sa STE istauta na angin ti avadzu no kabalis dan ti putfin sinya agupa angin matugin na sonya si President Trump na pro bendit guatu gas China. Sinya hahatogwi sa angin ti state ham na dan gin ti independentiam pues hafa hit no possession edzigi ni sita ta
haso no ta considera
fino si hago Senyor Ron right mala da be na claudusti anay un sasangan gi lataf-taf na no tanod CHamoru stinay nisita ta comprendi na man maamot it gini ni Espanyol right it's a sovereignty likfino English di gina tempo na no conquest man maamot it ja siya no man magas pues después di Spanish-American War, man mabendihit guato giza Amerika 2 milyon pesos. Itano gini.
2 milyon.
Pues gimagay na istauta na unincorporated territory.
comprende, no? Sino?
No, itano. Idun Amerika.
Está.
Sina tatalaka istorya. Right? Pues angin matu no gi minagofna si Trump or i Kongreso. Sina mabendir guatu China o sino Russia. Howdy malago? Howdy mas like Fino English highest bidder.
Okay.
Pues edgi na nisita ta na fit me. STE istauta. Edgi na preciso. Na fit me STE istauta. Sa pago na tempo istauta. Kalan lumalay hit gi tasi.
Okay.
Da i dunia hit no Amerika. Law tipatihit gi kabalis gi familian Amerika. Mangayid gi familian Amerika law tipatihit. Edigi na no kumikilig niya i insular cases.
Okay.
Pues angin malago na Kongreso pat President Trump abendit guatu China pat Taiwan, pat Singapore, pat masya Haji highest bidder. Sina mafahan Guam.
That you entalu i United Nation, no, Bugaw? Gweno, ti umi entalu i United Nation?
Sina tadafot sana United Nation.
Okay.
Sa idunya property hit. Idunya property hit.
Comprende, no, Chelo? Lo, gitagyano na mana fanhasro gitagyano na manera na enigi na hinasung kolonisa lo parafo na sa esti isinintekko para itanoho sukadyon temano difina analisa no siya gihalomilu jani konsensyako natano CHamoru esti janyo haji tunga o comprende palele mo
para dita puni na ti gagi futsa gizahita.
Comprende na Chelo. Lo libre mai sa.
Na preciso na fit ni ijotas political status.
Lo untungo tamano tutonta na no. Libre gi hinasomo. Edgi primera gi hinasomo na diretsomo ja itanomo sti. Enigi tunetuhonta. Debi tagana i konfiansa ni mantauta na tanasinya. Sa timeggembi mamanonggin no mamanohonggi tegi nakalan magait estaman mahat na dagaw no mituaza. Endegi komekeleku.
Yeah. The dinansi na no fenomo low nisita ta fan gefasu.
Nay hunggan magay.
Bula man malago pero fan madisetsa ha pero fan malefa no Hafa no i Fino English reality gini lutano.
Lo enigi magay na sinyo na gaigem gini na programa na. Na gini ni finota na muna famimit gutit jata na tafana ati tapango ni man tauta na tafan guys niya hit. Lo mismo lo edzigi mismo tatutuhunet gizahita zagi finota sa anigi ju ambisesti mapa anay maplanta di mapanis latta daleknya tasin Filipinas leko distingayan na tasin Filipinas sa esti gini hujung pesuna matulakan no gileblo pari jaun alo tasin CHamoru no pesedzigi no lilibri gi hinasoko ititanoso jandi gititanos niya man tauta
punto ko na senyor na bula gizahita man conformi na esta man Amerikano it lo nisita ta hasuji na agupa sinya mabendit
nay tunga na lo duda to ni matag no Chelo na para masogi no sa man met got niya hit kinisia taya adju papa gi papa gi afadzu gi museum gi papa ni surround ni
ni
Chelo
Megay no timan lodgy ni Hafa Istauta. Loestigi na punto ko na nisita ta na fit me i Istauta.
Comprende na siya. Gano comprende. Lo bula man ginadzama i atensyon niya.
Tasiga no. Pumangon ni bumaba konsensya niya, no?
Estigi na chalo na tatutuni gid hita. Ja kumugwa siya man magas na. Edi taalo prefecto magas paritano ni parao dinitin mina na jo chinenek. Sa bula estapago mamatatat gano gitrono. Ja timanagan na hinasunin niya. Jan niya na parao fanyaga gitagwini na istaw. Lo kumu sigayet mandan niya. Sige na kumu mandan niya ne hita ni manatibo. Sa umbesano gipapag islatura ti konformyo na patafan na para ufan mana-adiskuti gifino Inglaterra. Debidita na setbi i fino manay nafta gi mano pata arregla gi gomena para tagubet na hit dan todo na. Enigi talibin mais sa hit.
Basta siga na mandanya bugaw sa tagi Harvard and si James dan todo man iluta Pesunggan molik tasiga mandanya ta atisa igwafit na figan.
Lo pare. Naga ta si Diyos Masi ni
thank you bugaw. Zata nisita ta dispidi si Isa sa adios si Isa pero pagwa utibo.
Naga maniluhod sa manay naho. Benayon dongklo na agradecimiento dan si Diyos Masi. Para si Isa Espinosa. Guiza kumalam titini este na programa. Da utumo i aninya pago gini gi programa. Pes ginin hami todo da ni manaw tano. Isa
inagradeci
ni megigay. Un dongkol no agradecimiento dan si Diyos Maasi. Ni un set biam gini ni programa CHamoru. Da pwede pinatsalo ki kurason mo. Mucho mas kititanos mo. Patafan libre gini. Dat inason ni makolonisa.
The Malik titso mo.
Yeah, the Malik todo bidang.
Espinosa dan mesngun no na familia.
Esta to, pues esta Manilu, esta
Viva Isa.
Mamala na metkulis. Talo. Adios esta ki.
Adios para todo man managang.
CHamoru rasota Manhita Mariona Anay di kikiju na podgun Malagu ju umedzak vino CHamoru Ianay molum jugi eskuelan kulegu Ihutumu CHamoru ingatempu Was dulu cuman istutudia CHamoru Susodai tetohu paraili na lohu Waguna tempu manilu Maestrun CHamoru parai famagu